Chapter 870, Obtaining the Sun's Sacred Fruit, Fifth Order Cave Abode. This matter has nothing to do with the demonic path. Please forgive me for not being able to swear an oath. Old Ancestor Beiwu flatly refused. He was joking. He was the one who instigated this, so he certainly wouldn't dare swear an oath. Upon hearing this, Yiqing and Yuan Zhen's eyes flickered slightly. The implication that they dare not swear is quite clear. Then it seems we need to ask senior brother Xuan and junior sister Qi Jiansu from the moral sect to come over. Yiqing spoke, and upon hearing this, the White Crow ancestor's expression changed slightly. On the eastern continent, the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect is slaying demons and monsters. For now, they cannot talk about slaying demons, but they are ruthlessly killing those who are demonic. The other school of thought, Dayad, has always emphasized social order and advocated non-interference and following nature. This does not mean ignoring things, but rather that everyone should abide by the laws of nature, refrain from interference, and allow society to evolve naturally. Under this ideology, if a cultivator were to take action that resulted in the deaths of a large number of mortals, the moral sect would consider it a violation of the law they were required to protect. Although the White Crow ancestor failed to release the poisonous dragon, he harbored the intention to harm millions of people in the eastern wilderness. If the moral sect were to come, they would surely punish him. Most importantly, the 5 lineages of burning heaven are currently negotiating with the moral sect for a single true spirit pill of sainthood. If the White Crow ancestor ruins their plans at this crucial moment, the Bathing Sun Sea and the Fire Cloud Palace will likely become mortal enemies on the spot. Yidazi, this is all a misunderstanding. I was also deceived by this traitorous disciple. It was because she wanted to seize the 3 lights divine water from the Azure Emperor Dayazi that she sealed off the Golden Crow immortal city. Ever since the news of the Azure Emperor's Dao Sun's nascent soul formation came, she has been worried that the Azure Emperor's Dao Sun would find out about this, so she thought of releasing the poisonous dragon to slow down the Azure Emperor's Dao Sun's cultivation progress. To be honest, this rebellious disciple is not only my disciple, but also my concubine. Over the past 100 years, I have developed some feelings for her, so even though I know about her thoughts and actions, I only tried to dissuade her and did not have the heart to punish her. I did know about the release of the poisonous dragon, and I gave her a good beating at the time. I was busy practicing the fire-forbidden formation with the other burning heaven inheritors for a while, so I didn't pay attention to her. When I came back, I found out that she had disobeyed my order to confine her and had left Golden Crow Immortal City. I thought she was in a bad mood after I punished her and went out to clear her mind, so I didn't think much of it. Who knew that she would actually go to the eastern wilderness to do such a vicious thing? The White Crow ancestor sighed and revealed the truth. He meant that he did indeed know, but the culprit was Zhu Yun. Because he doted on this concubine, he hadn't kept a close watch on her, almost causing a disaster. His current feeling was one of deep regret. Then let Master Beiwu explain it to senior brother Xuan and the others in the same way. After listening, Yiqing only said this one sentence. In the eastern continent, he did not believe that Zhu Yun, a mere concubine, would dare to disobey Bai Wu, an old ancestor, a nascent soul cultivator. Everyone, please have some tea. This is the white dew sparrow tongue from my sun bathing sea. It can help you break through bottlenecks. Even nascent soul cultivators will benefit from drinking more of it. The White Crow ancestor immediately took out his treasured 4th-grade spiritual tea, personally boiled water, brewed it, and handed it to the 3 people present. Everyone, since the poisonous dragon hasn't been released, even if the Taoist disciples and saintesses of the moral sect come, at most they'll just punish me by confining me to my room to reflect on my mistakes and paying a huge sum of spirit stones. But it would be best if they didn't find out. After offering the white dew sparrow tongues to each of them, the White Crow ancestor made a rather earnest request. In the holy lands of the eastern continent, the moral sect does things in a way that is not as radical as the 9 Heavens demon suppression sect. Unless someone has truly committed a crime that angers the heavens and the people and causes the deaths of a large number of mortals, they will be given a way out. But the key point is that the Fire Cloud Palace, the leader of the 5 burning heaven veins, is now trying to curry favor with the morality sect. In order to do so, the Fire Cloud Palace has already given a lot of benefits to the Bathing Sun Sea in advance in exchange for his support. Ancestor Beiwu dared not hold him back at this crucial moment. If they failed because of him, Ancestor Beiwu thought that Elder Hangyun might come and tear him apart. Sect leader Chen, what do you think? Yi Qing took the tea but didn't drink it. Instead, she asked Chen Mobai a question. I've heard that there's a 5th-order sun god tree on the core of the spiritual veins of Golden Crow Immortal City, and the sun's sacred fruit it bears is quite good. Chen Mobai immediately followed up on Yi Qing's words, and upon hearing this hint, Beiwu ancestors' eyelids began to twitch. This sacred sun fruit takes 333 years to mature once, containing the purest essence of heavenly yang fire. Using it as the main ingredient, one can refine a 4th-order heavenly fire pill, which is also the key to the White Crow ancestors' cultivation advancement. This heavenly fire pill is needed by all 5 branches of the Burning Heaven sect, and it is also the best pill for nascent soul cultivators using fire-type techniques to improve their cultivation and practice, fire attribute spells and supernatural abilities. The White Crow ancestor used this to acquire countless resources. Zhu Yun obtained the 3 lights divine water from the Star Heaven Dao sect by exchanging 3 sun sacred fruits. It was also with the help of this that Xinghuo Shangren of the Star Heaven Dao sect was able to successfully condense the Star True Fire. It can be said that the foundation upon which the White Crow ancestor stands in the eastern continent is this sun god tree. The Golden Crow Immortal City was built solely to protect this divine tree. It's a rare treat for you all to be guests here. You must be here to try the sun fruit. Please wait a moment. But after much deliberation, the White Crow ancestor could only grit his teeth and force a smile as he uttered those words. A short while later, he came over carrying a stone plate covered with a piece of red silk. As Chen Mobai watched Beiwu ancestor take down the silk, 3 golden fruits that seemed to be solidified flames came into view, and both he and Yuan Zhen were slightly surprised. You should know that, according to their wishes, it would be quite generous of old ancestor Beiwu to offer 2 as an apology, one for Yi Qing and one for Chen Mobai. It can be considered a transaction between nascent soul cultivators. Who would have thought that ancestor Beiwu would go to such lengths, even giving one to Yuan Zhen, a core formation cultivator? Yi Qing remained calm. After all, he had no interest in the sun's sacred fruit, and he only had this one for Yuan Zhen. With this, she can exchange it for the 3 lights divine water by adding some 5th-tier spiritual items at the Big Dipper tournament. Having one more now is a good thing. When cultivators using non-fire attribute techniques consume this fruit, they need to neutralize it with cold water. If they don't intend to consume it, they must use stone tools to preserve it. Ancestor Beiwu pointed to the 3 sacred fruits of the sun on the stone plate and introduced them while suppressing his heartache. What wonderful fruit! I truly hope that one day I can cultivate myself under the sun tree. Chen Mobai listened to the sun's sacred fruit with the sound of an empty valley, and felt the vast fire essence energy contained within it, so he couldn't help but sigh. If sect leader Chen is willing, I can arrange a 5th-tier cave dwelling for you next to the divine tree. Old ancestor Beiwu also pretended to be very generous and spoke up. Thank you very much. Chen Mobai nodded with great delight after hearing this. Upon hearing this, the White Crow ancestor's lips twitched slightly. He had only been polite, but he hadn't expected Chen Mobai to be so impolite. But he'd already said it, so he couldn't very well go back on his word. They could only call in a core formation disciple and transfer one of the vacant 5th-tier cave dwellings to Chen Mobai. There are 2 more rooms right next to each other. I'll put them under Yi Daozi and Yuan Shengnu's names, so you'll have a place to stay when you come to Dongyi on business. Having given the room to Chen Mobai, the remaining 2 could not be treated unfairly, so the White Crow ancestor generously transferred 2 more rooms to Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen. Yi Qing was slightly taken aback, but Yuan Zhen nodded in agreement immediately. And so, with the White Crow ancestors' heroic gesture, the matter was considered closed. After everyone finished their tea and savored the taste of the white dew sparrow tongue tea, they got up to take their leave. After seeing Chen Mobai and the others off, the White Crow ancestor looked at Zhu Yun's corpse lying in the main hall, roared angrily, and directly spewed out a stream of true fire. After cremating his disciple, who was more trouble than he was worth, the White Crow ancestor immediately activated a communication talisman to summon back another disciple, Su Yingsheng. Now that Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen know about this, if the poison dragon really does emerge, he will definitely be considered the culprit. When he faces the Taoist disciples and saintesses of the moral sect, he's sure to be in big trouble. Hopefully, Su Yingsheng won't act so quickly. After leaving the main hall of the sunbathing sea, Chen Mobai and his two companions went to check on the fifth-tier cave dwelling they had just acquired. It was located to the east of the Sun God tree, but this fifth-order divine tree was the core of the fifth-order grand formation, so they could not get close and could only observe it from afar. This was also the first time Chen Mobai had ever seen this legendary fifth-tier spiritual plant. It stands 300 feet tall with lush foliage, resembling a ginkgo tree, majestic and imposing. Its trunk is pure white like gold and jade, shimmering in the sunlight. The crown is a vibrant golden hue, exuding a rich fragrance that can be smelled from afar. Among the jade-like branches and leaves, tiny specks of golden light flicker and fade. These should be sacred fruits of the sun, but they are shrouded in a barrier, making them impossible to see clearly. The locals are too wary. With that thought in mind, Chen Mobai followed Yi Qing to his cave. I must thank you both for your help this time. Chen Mobai thanked Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen, but the two waved their hands, indicating that since they had encountered demonic cultivators, their Nine Heavens demon suppression sect had to send someone over. However, Chen Mobai was very clear that a minor figure like Yuji Sanren would definitely not send the Taoist disciple and holy maiden of the Nine Heavens demon suppression sect in person, which was obviously a great honor for him. It's a pity that the demonic cultivator couldn't say where her inheritance came from. Yi Qing shook his head with some regret. When Yuji Sanren was taught the demonic arts, she also made a vow to her Tao heart that she could not reveal a single word about the techniques or the demonic cultivators behind her. She fled from Eastern Wu. I will send someone to Eastern Wu to investigate after I return. I will inform you both immediately if I find any news. Chen Mobai's words made Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen nod in agreement. End of this chapter. Chapter 871. The Betrothal Gift for King Nu, bonus chapter for 20,000 monthly tickets. Chapter 871. The Betrothal Gift for King Nu, bonus chapter for 20,000 monthly tickets. After discussing the matter of demonic cultivators, Yi Qing then brought up the three treasures of Foundation establishment. Sect leader Chen, our sect's alchemists have improved this pill formula over the years. After it was distributed to various immortal cities in the Eastern land, the effects were indeed as described in the formula. Now our sect is preparing to sell it in various parts of the Eastern continent through the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce to prepare for the reclamation 100 years from now. Chen Mobai was also delighted after hearing this. Because once the Nine Heavens demon suppression sect starts selling them, he can openly and legitimately bring out his own Foundation establishment three treasures in the Eastern wilderness, or even in the Eastern barbarian lands. We'll just say we're cooperating with the Jiyushan Chamber of Commerce and can get first-hand sources of goods. Yi Qing nodded in agreement, saying that he could take the blame if anything came up. The Starry Sky Tao sect actually mastered it a few years ago, but because they were wary of our Nine Heavens demon suppression sect, they only distributed it within their own sect. Once we expand it, they should also start selling it through the Chamber of Commerce. Yi Qing then mentioned something that made Chen Mobai marvel at the immense prestige of the Nine Heavens demon suppression sect. Even a quasi-sacred power like the Star Heaven Tao sect has to be so wary of them. Oh, by the way, Yu Shuji came to me before. Chen Mobai also mentioned that the Xingqian Dao sect wanted him to help communicate with the Yiyuan Dao palace. Yi Qing smiled slightly after hearing this and agreed with his refusal. It's right that you didn't get involved in this matter. 3 of the 4 great holy lands in the eastern lands are participating in this land reclamation. If the Yiyuan Dao Palace wants to maintain its status as a holy land, sometimes it needs to offer something. Although Yi Qing didn't say it explicitly, Chen Mobai understood from her words. If the Yiyuan Dao Palace doesn't demonstrate its nascent soul-level strength during this pioneering effort, it might very well fall out of the ranks of holy lands. This left him with very mixed feelings, worried yet full of anticipation. What worries him is that the One Yuan Dao Palace is, after all, the nominal main branch of his 5-element sect. What he hopes for is that after the One Yuan Dao Palace falls, it will probably be much easier for him to obtain the secret method for the ascension of the One Yuan True Monarch. Perhaps if the 5-element sect develops well in the eastern wilderness in the future, it may even be able to move to a new location and replace the One Yuan Dao Palace as a holy land. However, our 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect still hopes that the One Yuan Dao Palace can regain its prestige. After all, my master owes a great debt of gratitude for blocking the Ming Venerable's attack back then. Yi Qing explained their lineage's stance, and Chen Mobai's expression immediately became clear after hearing it. Xuan Tian Zhenjun is known as the #1 person in the East, but Ming Zun, as the most amazing person in the demonic path, is also a force to be reckoned with. He is able to be on par with the avatars left behind by ascended cultivators, so it is conceivable that if he were to face Yuan Kink, it would definitely be a fierce battle. The Yiyuan Dao Palace helped Xuantian Zhenjun block Mingzun. If Yuan Kink doesn't repay this favor, she might not even be able to ascend. However, there is a saying among the disciples of the major sects in the Tian realm that they should serve them. If there are still some uncleared lines before the master ascends to immortality, then transfer them to the disciples below. That's why Yi Qing has always taken good care of Chen Mobai. In his view, if he could help Yiyuan Dao Palace get through its most difficult period, and Chen Mobai grows up and even reaches the nascent soul stage, then he could repay this favor for his master. Regarding the teleportation array, I will go to Takesu Immortal City after I return. However, before that, it would be best if sect leader Chen held a nascent soul ceremony to formally announce to the Eastern continent that your 5-element sect is a major nascent soul sect. Yi Qing brought up the matter again, and Chen Mobai thanked her once more. After I return, I will hold the nascent soul ceremony with my Taoist partner. Chen Mobai's words startled Yuan Zhen, who was standing next to him. Sect leader Chen has a cultivation partner. That's right, her name is Qing Nu, and she is an alchemist. When Chen Mobai mentioned Qing Nu, a warm smile appeared on his face. Yuan Zhen nodded slightly after hearing this and couldn't help but ask again, is she a direct descendant of some major sect? I wonder if I know her. Saintess Yuan probably doesn't know her. She had been cultivating in the desolate ruins with a senior from another world. After that senior left the eastern continent, he entrusted her to me. We spent time together and gradually developed feelings for each other, confessed our feelings, and agreed to become Taoist partners. This time, for my nascent soul ceremony, I'll take the opportunity to do this with her as well. Chen Mobai had mentioned marrying Qing Nu before, but due to a series of events after he achieved nascent soul, it was delayed until now. Fortunately, King Nu didn't care about this. In her opinion, as long as she could be with Chen Mobai, that was enough. However, Chen Mobai felt that since she was all alone in the Tian realm, he had to give her a proper status. This fellow Taoist King Nu is truly blessed. Sect leader Chen, you have no idea, but many female cultivators from major sects in the eastern lands have inquired about you, wanting to embark on the path of cultivation with you for the rest of their lives. Yuan Zhen said with a slightly envious tone that not only her best friends, but even she herself had had this thought before. At that time, she thought that if Chen Mobai could form a nascent soul, she would give him a hint. The Yuan family would certainly not refuse such a genius. Later, Chen Mobai achieved nascent soul, while Yuan Zhen, after her own failure, decided to wait and wait until she also achieved nascent soul before giving any hints. Little did she know that this wait would bring her this heartbreaking news. "I wish you happiness." Yuan Zhenqiang said this with a forced smile. "If you too are available at that time, we hope you can come to the eastern wilderness to participate." After thanking him, Chen Mobai extended an invitation. Yi Qing nodded, but Yuan Zhen remained silent. The next day, Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen then took the large teleportation array of Golden Crow Immortal City back to the eastern land. When they left, they also took Yu Jai Sanren with them. After seeing the two off, Chen Mobai, fearing that old ancestor Beiwu would be angered, also left immediately. Now that he's in Dongyi, he'll definitely want to visit Mingjing Mountain. "Junior brother, you've come at the right time." When Zhou Shenqing learned that Chen Mobai had arrived, he happily led him to the warehouse where spirit stones were stored. The warehouse was almost filled with uncut raw ore. Half of these were unearthed by the Five Elements sect a few years ago, and the other half were unearthed after Zhuo Ming arrived. When Zhuo Ming set foot on the spirit stone mine of Dujiu Mountain, there was no longer any concealment. Under Zhuo Ming's direction, there was no need for professionals like geomancers. All they had to do was dig in the direction she drew, and they were guaranteed a harvest. After Zhou Shenqing found out, he personally led Mo Duguang, Zhou Yi, and other core formation cultivators to mine, which is why they were able to mine so much in such a short time. Chen Mobai scanned the warehouse with his divine sense, and roughly estimated that the raw spirit stones in the warehouse amounted to approximately 100 million. It truly lives up to its reputation as a large spirit stone mine. Besides these, there was even 1.5 top-grade spirit stones. Zhou Shenqing kept that piece to give to Mo Duguang in the future, while the other half was given to Zhuo Ming on the spot after it was dug out. "Thank you for your kindness to Minger, senior brother." Chen Mobai knew about this and thanked him. "She is also considered my half-disciple, and I estimate that she is the most likely to inherit the mantle of Master Hunyuan in the future." Zhou Shenqing had always been very fond of Zhuo Ming. When he was in the soul-nourishing wood, she took good care of him. He had also seen her personality and talent and believed that she was destined for greatness. "Since senior brother has said so, then I will pass on the primordial Tao fruit to her in the future." Chen Mobai had long had this idea, but the Hunyuan Tao fruit was, after all, the supreme inheritance of the Five Elements sect. If he wanted to pass it on to the sect's disciples here, he would definitely need Zhou Shenqing's consent. "Junior brother can make the decision on this matter. I have no objection." Zhou Shenqing nodded, and then Chen Mobai remembered something else. After they destroyed the summit of Mount Han, they obtained a piece of Mother Earth stone, which Zhou Shenqing used when he formed his nascent soul. It is unknown whether the empty shell is still there. "Yes, it is. After all, this is my first top-grade spirit stone, and I've kept it all this time." Although Zhou Shenqing felt strange, he still took it out of his storage bag and gave it to Chen Mobai. "There is a secret technique in the longevity sect that can absorb earth energy using this as the core. I plan to bury this into the body of Tai Sui to see if it can help it advance in rank." Chen Mobai shared his thoughts. In reality, he planned to use the Divine Sense Light Blade instrument to inscribe the Spirit Stone charging array of the Immortal sect. After Tai Sui consumed it, it would be equivalent to an empty shell of the Mother Earth Stone, which would continuously absorb earth energy beneath the earth. This is also the method used by the Immortal sects to cultivate Tai Sui. After checking the information, he quickly learned it using the Fangkun book. When he was refining the infant nourishing pill, he said that after he formed his own nascent soul, he would allow Tai Sui to advance in rank. When he obtained the sun's sacred fruit, he remembered Tai Sui, which was also the main ingredient in the infant nourishing pill, and began to make arrangements for this matter. "Junior brother, you've worked hard. I hope junior brother Mo can successfully form his nascent soul." Zhou Shenqing had a very deep affection for Mo Duguang, his junior brother who had followed him all the way. As for Zhou Yi, he never mentioned him. Next, Chen Mobai brought up the fact that the nascent soul ceremony and the Taoist couple ceremony were being held together. I've wanted to say this for a long time. I've already prepared the betrothal gifts for fellow Taoist Qingnu. Please take a look and see if they are suitable. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shenking's face lit up with joy, and he then took out a list that he had already written. Senior brother, isn't this too precious? Chen Mobai took the package, opened it, and was immediately taken aback. The main items were 3 betrothal gifts. The first one is the simplest, a vast medicinal herb field. A map of Donghuang was also attached, showing which 10,000 mu of medicinal fields it was. The 8,000 mu of Huishan Valley, plus the 2,000 mu of Jumuling. You should know that these 2 places are the first and second best medicinal fields in the eastern wilderness, and together they contain the most exquisite medicinal herbs in the entire eastern wilderness. When Qingnu married into the family, she immediately became the biggest landlady in the eastern wilderness. The second betrothal gift was the entire Yun County. Qingnu is currently residing temporarily at Tianping Mountain in Yun County. Zhou Shenking felt that she must have some affection for this place, so he simply granted Yun County to her and also planned to include the Yunmeng Immortal City and Yunmeng Academy, which are currently under construction, under her name. The first 2 items were already extremely luxurious, but the third item was what Chen Mobai found outrageous. Zhou Shenking directly assigned the 5th-tier Yellow Dragon Cave in Yunmeng's to Qingnu. This isn't even their 5-element sect's territory yet. End of this chapter. Chapter 872, Handing the Stage Over to Young People. Chapter 872, Handing the Stage Over to Young People. I was able to achieve the nascent soul stage thanks to the intervention of fellow Taoist Qingnu's master. I still feel that these betrothal gifts are not grand enough. Zhou Shenking, however, still felt it wasn't enough. That was a life-saving grace and could even be considered the key to the rise of the 5-element sect. Therefore, he added the 5th-level Yellow Dragon Cave. In his view, once Mo Duguang reaches the nascent soul stage, the 5-element sect will have enough strength to suppress the poison dragon, kill it, and seize that 5th-tier spiritual land. It just so happens that Qingnu has a heavenly water spiritual root, so giving her the Yellow Dragon Cave is the most suitable option. Then let's do as senior brother says. After listening, Chen Mobai also felt that it made sense. He had long considered Huanglong Cave to be the property of the 5-element sect. The spiritual veins on Tianping Mountain are still of a lower grade, so it's not a good idea for Qingnu to stay there indefinitely. Once the 2 of them become Taoist partners, they will entrust the care of the 5-cornered ancient maple to Han Jiling, a 3rd-generation disciple. Junior brother, you should also let fellow Taoist Qingnu know about the Yellow Dragon Cave beforehand. Sooner or later, our 5-element sect will take over that place. Zhou Shenking felt a little embarrassed that the betrothal gifts could not be fulfilled despite being written on them, so he could only ask Chen Mobai to explain. Senior brother, you flatter me. Qingnu won't mind. Besides, a 10,000-acre medicinal herb field is already extremely precious. Chen Mobai nodded with a smile. Although the 10,000 acres of medicinal fields were given by his 5-element sect, Qingnu's were his, and these things could only be used perfectly in the hands of an alchemist like her. I originally wanted to include the entire Yunmeng Marsh, but since half of it still belongs to Eastern Wu, it would be easy for the Sun family to misunderstand if they found out. Zhou Shenking's words left Chen Mobai speechless. The vastness of Yunmeng Marsh is equivalent to the combined size of the Eastern Wilderness and the Eastern Wu region. If this were also granted to Qingnu, then she would truly be a deserving landlady. That's enough, that's enough. Huanglong Cave is sufficient. Chen Mobai repeatedly stated that Yunmeng's, besides separating Dongwu and Donghuang, is also a treasure trove for cultivators from both regions who dream of changing their fate. If it were truly to be given to Qingnu, it would have to wait until she reaches the nascent soul stage. Next, Zhou Shenking talked about the situation of the Dongyi people over the years. The Xuanxiao Dao Palace has been completely destroyed. The remaining disciples did not even need the 5-element sect to take action. The local cultivation families and small sects killed them even more ruthlessly. Besides surrendering to the five-element sect in this way, it was also for the things on the Xuanxiao Dao Palace disciples. Zhou Shenqing was also pleased with this outcome. Over the past 4 years, our sect's rule here has been basically consolidated. Next, I plan to send junior brother Mo back to prepare for nascent soul formation. Originally, Mirror Mountain was quite suitable for him, but he feels that he is more familiar with Golden Light Cliff. In addition, with top-grade spirit stones, a fourth-order spirit vein would be enough. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded. Whether Mo Duguang can form a nascent soul is also crucial for the five-element sect to take another step forward. It would be good for him to go back and focus on seclusion. After learning about his relationship with the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect, Ancestor Beiwu will at least be well-behaved for the next few years. The two nascent soul cultivators from Kongseng Valley haven't returned. It seems that the five-element sect has become the dominant force in Dongyi, so there's no need to keep so many high-level cultivators around. Chen Mobai, with the sun's sacred fruit, we can start preparing for refining the infant nurturing pill. Although Mo Duguang was given the Three Lights divine water, this was only for saving his life. To increase the success rate of nascent soul formation, he still needed elixirs. Most of the medicinal herbs can be found in the 30,000 mu of medicinal fields in Dongyi. Only a few main herbs need to be collected. Zhou Shenqing had paid attention to this before, but because he couldn't obtain the sun's sacred fruit, he hadn't given it much thought. Now that the most difficult main ingredient was solved, he checked the list and smiled. Chen Mobai, Yan Shayin collected a batch before. I'll ask him about it when I get back. Among the five-element sect, besides Mo Duguang, Zhou Yi is only one step away from forming his nascent soul. Therefore, the benefits of refining a batch of infant nourishing pills are very high. After the two finished discussing these matters, Zhuo Ming, who was the first to be notified by Chen Mobai, arrived at Mingjing Mountain. Master, Chen Mobai was very happy to see her and invited her over to talk. Then, the remaining core formation cultivators of the five-element sect who had stayed in Dongyi also arrived one by one. Mo Duguang, Zhou Yi, Fu Zanju, and Zhou Wangshan and Yi Yun who escorted Zhuo Ming here. The five-element sect currently has 2 nascent soul cultivators and 13 core formation cultivators, meaning that half of its strength is on the eastern barbarian side. However, now that the situation has stabilized, the Dongyi people no longer need so many people. Zhuo Ming has already completed the exploration of all the spirit stone mines in Dujiu Mountain and drawn up detailed maps. Next, the geomancers of the five-element sect only need to dig according to the maps to extract the entire original ore of this spirit stone mine. The remaining fine fragments and other small pieces of spirit stone are not worth the five-element sect's great effort. Therefore, Chen Mobai planned to take Zhuo Ming back with him. The major agricultural reform of the hundreds of millions of acres of fertile land in the eastern wilderness was waiting for her to take charge. Zhuo Ming always followed her master's arrangements and nodded obediently after hearing this. Zhou Shenqing was a little reluctant to part with it. He had originally planned to have Zhuo Ming take a look at the dozens of mines under the Xuanxiao Dao Palace after the Spirit Stone Mine survey was completed. However, there was no dispute about these mineral veins. They would be mined out sooner or later if left untouched, so Zhou Shenqing didn't say anything. Besides Zhuo Ming, Chen Mobai also plans to take back. After he achieved nascent soul, he planned to relinquish all sect affairs and let Yi Yun effectively take over the various affairs of the five-element sect leader. In the future, Chen Mobai will likely only step forward to preside over major events such as the Great Battle with Xuanxiao Dao Palace or the opening of Huanglong Cave. After Zhuo Ming and Yi Yun, Mo Duguang also took the opportunity to suggest returning to Jin Guang Cliff. Chen Mobai, who had already been informed by Zhou Shenqing, naturally nodded in agreement. After hearing this, Zhou Yi hesitated, clearly wanting to reply, but ultimately remained silent because Chen Mobai had spoken to him before. Then I'll go back too. I'm more used to Giantwood Ridge. Seeing so many promising juniors in the sect, Fu Zhangju also spoke up. With the current power of the Five Elements sect, he saw that he also had the possibility of reaching the nascent soul stage, so he planned to return and cultivate diligently to reach the peak of the core formation stage as soon as possible. With two core formation cultivators leaving, someone definitely needs to take their place. Zhou Shenqing planned to keep Zhou Wangshan around, since he was a member of his family, and he intended to provide him with careful guidance for a period of time. After the ceremony, I will have my two nephews, Ning and Luo, come to Dongyi as well. Everyone already knew about Ning Leshan's core formation. They only learned of Luo Zuer's successful core formation from Chen Mobai, and upon hearing it, they were all overjoyed. This is a symbol of the Five Elements sect becoming increasingly powerful. After arranging all the personnel matters in Dongyi, Chen Mobai did not linger and returned with everyone the next day. Besides Mo Duguang and other core formation disciples, a group of Five Elements sect disciples who missed the eastern wilderness were also escorted back by Chen Mobai on a flying boat. After you return, you will act as the sect leader and transfer a new group of people from the sect to Dongyi, with priority given to geomancers and spiritual plant practitioners. In the future, a new group will be rotated every few years to establish a routine. On the flying boat, Chen Mobai said something to Yi Yun that made his face light up with surprise. He never expected that something he had been looking forward to for most of his life would come true like this. It should be noted that as Chen Mobai's cultivation level increased, he and Zhou Wangshan had even resigned themselves to their fate, feeling that they were content to serve the sect leader in this lifetime. Even after learning that Zhou Shenqing was also a nascent soul cultivator, Zhou Wangshan decisively adjusted his goals and set his sights on becoming a nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, he did not hesitate to stay by Zhou Shenqing's side to listen to his teachings. Yes, sect leader. As Yi Yun spoke, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. They quickly returned to the eastern wilderness. Mo Duguang took his leave first, and after hearing about it, Ning Leshan in Beiyuan City also returned to Jin Guang Cliff with him. Senior brother Mo, you must not rush the nascent soul formation process. You should first nurture your true energy. Chen Mobai told Mo Duguang about the infant nourishing pill, and the latter's eyes flickered slightly as he solemnly thanked him. After seeing them off, Chen Mobai gave an order to the Five Elements and Five Veins in Beiyuan City, announcing that Yi Yun would act as the sect leader from now on. The Five Elements and Five Veins had anticipated this, since nascent soul cultivators in the Heavenly River realm generally don't like to get involved in affairs. With Yi Yun as the acting leader, Chen Mobai's life became much easier. He plans to wait a few years until Yi Yun has adapted well, then officially step down, hand over the stage to younger people, and do something he is interested in. That day, Chen Mobai used the Divine Sense Light Blade instrument to complete the transformation of the Earth Mother Stone, and then took Zhuo Ming and Luo Yixuan to Liujia Mountain. When Tai Sui met Chen Mobai, he felt a vague sense of fear. Its spirituality is similar to that of the Purple Lightning Sword, but because it grew up in the desolate ruins, it is extremely sensitive to dangerous auras. Even when Chen Mobai was restraining himself, it still felt as if it was facing a ball of high-temperature energy that could turn it into ashes at any moment. You've followed Ming'er all these years, helping her control desertification. You've done a lot of good deeds, and you might even have a chance to upgrade to the 5th rank in the future. Chen Mobai stroked the trembling Tai Sui in his hand, listened to it with the sound of an empty valley, and then used a very precise operation to drive the Earth Mother Stone into its core. Throughout the entire process, Tai Sui didn't even feel anything. After the surgery, Chen Mobai waved to Zhuo Ming, who immediately came over and communicated with Tai Sui using the spirit of all things, telling it how to use the Earth Mother Stone to absorb and refine the Earth's energy to improve itself. Upon hearing this, Tai Sui immediately showed great joy. Then it immediately began its first absorption of Earth energy, and naturally, it overdid it. Teaching a Tai Sui, a mythical creature, to cultivate is like teaching an ignorant child. Chen Mobai naturally didn't have the skill for that, so he entrusted the matter to Zhuo Ming. Minger, you can take it with you from now on. If it is upgraded to the 4th rank, it can withstand some attacks even from nascent soul cultivators. It can also serve as your guardian spirit. End of this chapter. Chapter 873, Reconciliation. Chapter 873, Reconciliation. Thank you, Master. After hearing this, Zhuo Ming also thanked Chen Mobai. For her, communicating with spirit beasts and other spirit creatures was already second nature. Back in Xiananshan, she had learned the skills of a beast tamer by raising a blue ox, a blue swan bird, a mountain cat, and so on. Although her skills were not as amazing as those of a geomancer or a spirit plant master, she still advanced to the 3rd rank as she formed her core. If other beast tamers from the 5 elements sect knew that simple care could earn them a Tai Sui that was about to reach the 4th rank, they would probably be green with envy. The next few decades, or even a century, before the pioneering of the Eastern Holy Land will be a period of peace. After the ceremony, your master will also go into seclusion with Qing Nu to cultivate to a higher realm. All 3 of you have the potential to reach the nascent soul stage, so you must cultivate diligently. The future of the sect still depends on you. With Yin Qingmei, Zhuo Ming, and Luo Yixuan by his side, Chen Mobai spoke candidly about his plans for the next few decades. Master, what did you say? But as soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yixuan looked shocked. Yin Qingmei's eyes widened in disbelief. I'm going into seclusion for a long time. What's wrong? Chen Mobai thought the long separation had made them sad, and was about to tell them to be independent when Luo Yixuan spoke up, her voice trembling. Master just said he was with Qing Nu. Oh, you mean this? My heart is in harmony with fellow Taoist King Nu, and we have agreed to become Taoist partners. The ceremony will be held together during the nascent soul ceremony. From now on, she will be your master's wife. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Luo Yixuan and Yin Qingmei exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with bitterness. Disciple congratulates master. On the contrary, Zhuo Ming had a very good impression of the stunningly beautiful Qing Nu. Although her cultivation was only at the core formation stage, as a 4th-level alchemist, she was worthy of Chen Mobai, so she happily offered her congratulations. After the ceremony, Minger, you will begin reforming the farmland in the eastern wilderness. Jianjun will be the center of the eastern wilderness. Xiananshan will serve as your training ground. There is a medium-sized teleportation array there, which will make it convenient for you to travel to various parts of the eastern wilderness. There's also the Tianping Mountain Villa in Yun County, which happens to have a lot of fire veins. After I and Qing Nu become Taoist partners, we will leave there, and Han Xialing can go there to cultivate. If she can form her core, the Tianping Mountain Villa can also be given to her as her Taoist temple. After Zhuo Ming achieved core formation, Chen Mobai rightfully bestowed upon her the Xiananshan land, the ancestral home of their lineage. This act also acknowledges that Zhuo Ming is his successor. Upon hearing this, Luo Yixuan's disappointment deepened. However, Luo Yixuan was also very clear that, although she was the first second-generation disciple of the Xiananshan lineage to form her core, her foundation, talent, and even seniority were far inferior to Zhuo Ming's, so she had expected this. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Senior Sister. After composing herself, Luo Yixuan forced a smile and spoke. Yin Qingmei, who was on the other side, was in the same situation. After implanting the Earth Mother stone into Tai Sui, Chen Mobai did not linger at Liujia Mountain. He planned to return to Tianping Mountain as soon as possible to discuss the Tao couple ceremony with Qing Nu. Zhuo Ming wanted to leave with him, so she immediately put Tai Sui into the spirit beast bag. In addition, there are the blue oxen, blue swans, and mountain cats kept here, which she wants to take back to Xiananshan. Senior Sister Yin, we are so grateful for your care over the years. When Zhuo Ming put away these spirit beasts, he didn't forget to thank Yin Qingmei. The latter gently shook her head, indicating that it was only right. Master, I just remembered I have some things to attend to at Hanying Lake, so I won't be going back with you yet." At this moment, Luo Yixuan suddenly spoke up, and Chen Mobai nodded. Soon, he and Zhuo Ming disappeared into the horizon. "Want to grab a drink together?" Looking at Luo Yixuan, whom she always disliked, Yin Qingmei suddenly had the idea of inviting her for tea. "Do you have any wine?" But Luo Yixuan didn't want to drink tea. "Junior sister Zhuo left all the spirit wines in her cellar for me. Which one would you like to drink?" "The strongest kind." Beneath the swaying branches of the jade-green parasol tree, Yin Qingmei and Luo Yixuan quickly finished 2 jars together. Neither of them used their spiritual power to stay sober, letting the alcohol seep into their bloodstream in an attempt to get drunk. "I've made up my mind." When she finished the 3rd jar of wine, Luo Yixuan suddenly slammed the jar down and shouted loudly. "Decide what?" Yin Qingmei's fair and delicate face flushed, her eyes slightly unfocused as she asked. "I want to cultivate myself." Luo Yixuan said 4 words with a firm look in her eyes. "Didn't you cultivate before?" Yin Qingmei asked, looking puzzled. "I want to catch up with my master and cultivate to the same nascent soul realm. As long as I live as long as my master, I will be able to outlive that mistress." Upon hearing Luo Yixuan's words, Yin Qingmei couldn't help but burst into laughter. She never expected that this guy's final realization would be like this. What if the sect leader's wife is also exceptionally talented and has also reached the nascent soul stage? Then I will cultivate to the nascent soul stage. With master's talent, he is definitely capable of reaching the nascent soul stage. I absolutely do not believe that this mistress who appeared out of nowhere can reach the nascent soul stage. Yin Qingmei laughed again, but suddenly her laughter stopped. She stared at Luo Yixuan and asked, "Are you serious?" "In the end, I will definitely be the one who stays by master's side the whole time." Luo Yixuan said this with a face flushed from the alcohol but her eyes firm. Hearing this, Yin Qingmei fell silent, then looked up at the jade-green parasol tree. "With the guidance of the sect leader and this spiritual root of heaven and earth, I am certain that I will be able to form a nascent soul, and even a deity transformation is possible. I hope that, when I am by the sect leader's side in the end, you will not grow old and frail because you cannot break through your cultivation level." Yin Qingmei's words ignited Luo Yixuan's competitive spirit. "You mere heavenly spiritual root, just wait until I catch up with you." Yin Qingmei was not angry at Luo Yixuan's words. She simply smiled and offered a reminder. "The Azure Emperor's longevity scripture that I cultivate has the nascent soul realm, but your sea control mystic art doesn't." Hearing this, Luo Yixuan frowned. Although she knew that she was only at the core formation stage and that her primary concern was the nascent soul stage, she had made the boast of reaching the divine transformation stage herself. After being reminded, she began to worry about the cultivation method. The sea control technique originates from the sea turning gate, one of the 10 directions halls, and it also has a nascent soul transformation lineage. You should pay more attention to this aspect in the future. Yin Qingmei's words made Luo Yixuan raise her head, looking very puzzled. "Are you helping me?" "We are, after all, fellow disciples. After so many years together, our bond is definitely deeper than that of the sect leader's wife who appeared out of nowhere." Upon hearing Yin Qingmei's words, Luo Yixuan raised the wine jar in her hand and handed it to her. Yin Qingmei accepted it with a smile. On this day, the 2 women reconciled under the jade parasol tree and drank strong liquor together. After Chen Mobai returned to Baiyuan City, he entrusted the affairs of the grand ceremony to Yi Yun, who immediately put aside all his work and began to lead the cultivators of the 5 elements and 5 veins to handle the event with all his might. The ceremony was held in Baiyuan City. Because there has never been a Dao couple ceremony held by nascent soul cultivators in the eastern wilderness, Yi Yun also needs to consult ancient books for the rules and content in this regard. Chen Mobai didn't concern himself with the matter. According to his wishes, everything should be kept simple. After all, the main purpose was to announce to the eastern continent that the 5 Elements sect had become a major sect of the nascent soul stage, and that he and Qing Nu had become Taoist partners. Once the title is set, all other formalities should be omitted. However, the five-element sect took it very seriously, and Yun even sent a letter to Yue Zhudao in the eastern lands. The eastern lands surely had a ceremony for nascent soul cultivators to celebrate their Taoist partners, so he asked Yue Zhudao to investigate the ritual and procedures. At this time, Chen Mobai had already returned to Tianping Mountain. When he landed, King Nu was already waiting on the mountaintop. Their eyes met, and sweetness filled their hearts. "How did things go on this trip to the Dongyi?" Qing Nu asked. Before going to Golden Crow Immortal City, Chen Mobai also sent her a message saying that, "What a bountiful harvest." Chen Mobai smiled and took out a stone box. Inside the box was the sun's sacred fruit. "This is the first time I've ever seen such a magical object." Qing Nu stared at the fruit, which resembled a materialized golden flame, mesmerized. As an alchemist, nothing could be more alluring to her. "We'll see each other often in the future." Chen Mobai smiled and handed the stone box and the sun's sacred fruit to Qing Nu, who accepted them without ceremony and began to examine them using the methods used by the immortal sects to identify spiritual fruits. "I've also seen the improved formula for the infant nourishing pill by Yan Shayan. The medicinal materials were a bit too wasteful. If I were to take charge of the same batch, the success rate of the pills would be at least double." As Qing Nu examined the sun's sacred fruit, she began to speak. "He can't possibly compare to you." Chen Mobai said it as a matter of course. "They are still quite skilled. If they receive formal education and make up for their shortcomings, becoming a fourth-level alchemist will definitely not be a problem. To become a recognized alchemy master in an environment like the Eastern Wilderness, Yan Shayan's talent and comprehension are naturally top-notch, and Qing Nu quite approves of him. By the way, there's something I need to tell you." At this moment, Chen Mobai walked to King Nu's side and naturally reached out to put his arm around her slender waist. The latter also obediently leaned in. "What is it?" King Nu turned her head with some curiosity and looked at Chen Mobai. "I have already instructed the five-element sect to arrange the ceremony for us to become Taoist partners. I will announce to the entire Eastern continent that you are my Taoist partner." As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, King Nu's entire body stiffened and her eyes widened. The overwhelming joy she had never experienced before almost made her heart explode. End of this chapter. Chapter 874, Before the Grand Ceremony. Bonus chapter for 21,000 monthly tickets. Chapter 874, Before the Grand Ceremony. Bonus chapter for 21,000 monthly tickets. When Qing Nu first arrived in the Heavenly River realm, she already felt that this was the happiest moment of her life. Because she can be with Chen Mobai without worrying about affecting his future in the immortal sect. Although Chen Mobai had said he would give her a proper status, when she actually heard those words, her eyes were still filled with surprise and disbelief. At that moment, she felt that all the perseverance and suffering she had endured in the first half of her life was so insignificant. In her heart, only sweetness and happiness remained. Life is unpredictable, and the path of spiritual practice is full of unknowns and dangers. But no matter what the future holds, I hope to have you by my side in this world, to walk through life with you. Chen Mobai's voice was deep and firm. He had never been so certain of his own heart as he was at this moment. He looked at King Nu in his arms, her eyes reflecting her trembling excitement, and spoke the words that all the female cultivators from the immortal sect had been waiting for. "Will you marry me?" "I do." King Nu didn't hesitate at all. Her lips trembled slightly as she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, and her tone was gentle yet firm as iron. Their eyes met in midair, and for a moment time seemed to stand still. Chen Mobai leaned down and kissed King Nu's forehead, and their figures gradually overlapped in the afterglow of the setting sun. "It's a pity that none of our family members can come here." King Nu nestled in Chen Mobai's arms and said with some regret, "If you are willing, I can take you back to the immortal sect now, and you can tell them this good news." Chen Mobai held his Taoist partner in his arms, his voice gentle. "Let's talk about it another time. If the Ascension cult finds out about me, you might be in danger." Qingnu shook her head. After arriving in the heavenly river realm, Chen Mobai had also told her about the transformation of fetal essence. Qingnu was afraid that Yan Xinji or Lin Dayaming might have a way to lock onto her, so even though Chen Mobai had said he could occasionally take her back to the immortal sect for a stroll, she was always unwilling. "HMPH, I'm just afraid they won't come." Chen Mobai, however, was very confident. He now had a set of 4th and 5th tier magic weapons at his disposal, and he was just waiting for a heavy one to test his skills and see where his limits were. "Let's forget about it. I'm happy enough just being with you." Qingnu didn't want anything that might ruin her happy life to happen, so since she said that, Chen Mobai didn't insist. "Then let's go back to the immortal sect to hold a ceremony after we both have achieved great success in our cultivation." Hearing him say that, Qingnu smiled and nodded, then took out a box from her storage bag. Upon opening it, one finds a pair of white jade bells strung together with red thread. "Hey, isn't this?" Chen Mobai recognized it at a glance. It was the first magical artifact he had obtained in the eastern wilderness, which he had given to Qingnu as a gift. "I've always treasured this." Qingnu gently picked up the white jade bell and handed it to Chen Mobai with an expectant look on her face. "Back in the immortal sect, I always dreamed that this would be my engagement gift from you. Now my dream has finally come true. Can you put it on me?" After listening to Qingnu's words, Chen Mobai took the white jade bell, then raised her snow-white wrist and put it on with a focused expression. Ring ring. The clear and melodious bell sound is pleasant to the ear, like a gentle breeze in a valley or a babbling brook. "No matter how thorny and bumpy the road ahead may be, I will walk hand in hand with you through life after life." Qingnu raised her hand, her face resolute, and gripped Chen Mobai's hand tightly. "My heart is as firm as a rock and will never waver." Chen Mobai responded by holding Qingnu's hand and pressing it to his heart. Amidst the clear ringing of the bell, the surrounding mountains, the sky, and even the distant stars seemed to be witnessing this moment for them. A gentle breeze blew by, carrying their happiness far away. Soon, news of the 5 Elements sect's grand ceremony spread throughout the entire eastern wilderness. The nascent soul ceremony was expected by everyone, but immortal Venerable Chen's simultaneous announcement to his Taoist partner caused a great stir in the eastern wilderness cultivation world. Everyone is discussing what the background of this female cultivator named Qingnu is. Soon some news started to spread. It is said that this Qingnu is a 4th-level alchemist with a cultivation level of core formation. She is said to be exceptionally beautiful and possesses a unique, elegant, and ethereal aura. As for their origins and background, no one could give a clear answer. Some speculate that he was a rogue cultivator who caught the eye of immortal Venerable Chen because of his outstanding alchemy skills and ethereal beauty. But this was quickly refuted. How could a rogue cultivator in the eastern wilderness possibly form a core? Moreover, only the major sects and clans could cultivate someone who could achieve the rank of 4th-level alchemist. In the last 1,000 years, only Yan Shayin, a 4th-level alchemist, has emerged in the eastern wilderness. Therefore, some people speculated that Qingnu was the direct descendant of a major sect in the east, and that the sect had taken a liking to Chen Xianzun's unparalleled talent and specially sent her to arrange a marriage. Some people confidently asserted that Qingnu was the holy maiden of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, the main branch of the 5 Elements sect, because they had learned the true identity of immortal Venerable Chen, who was actually the contemporary Taoist Chen Qingdi of the Yiyuan Dao Palace. Throughout the sacred lands of the heavenly river realm, there are quite a few instances where Taoist disciples and holy maidens eventually end up together. This view has also gained considerable acceptance. Meanwhile, Qingnu, the person involved, had already arrived in Beiyuan City. In order to hold the grand ceremony, Yi Yun ordered the 5 Elements sect's spirit plant department to plant lush flowering trees on both sides of the street, so that the entire Beiyuan city would be filled with the fragrance of flowers before the ceremony. Upon hearing this, Liu Wenbai, who was in seclusion, immediately emerged from his retreat and began to help. He was the first among his disciples to know about this matter, because he often went to Tianping Mountain to deliver the azure blood carp. Chen Mobai trusted his eldest disciple very much and did not hide his intimate relationship with Qing Nu from him. However, Liu Wenbai kept it a secret and didn't even tell his junior brothers and sisters. Now that Chen Mobai has made the announcement, he is doing his best to help. To Chen Mobai's surprise, Yue Zhudao also came over, bringing with him Zhang Wangkai, a Fengtian sect cultivator from the east who specialized in organizing various ceremonies. The Fengtian school has been passed down for thousands of years, and its main function is to preside over various grand ceremonies, sacrificial rites, and other rituals. With Zhang Wangkai's arrival, preparations for the ceremony went even more smoothly. Chen Mobai's main task was to invite guests. He didn't need to worry about the people in the eastern wilderness. He could just arrange the seating according to their power and status. Liu Wenbai had spread Xian all over the eastern wilderness over the years and had communicated with almost every family and power, so Chen Mobai entrusted this matter to him. In Dongwu, Chen Mobai also wrote an invitation to the Sun family and asked Nujiang to deliver it. After all, for hundreds of years, the two major forces have watched over each other and resisted the monsters of Yunmings, so they can be considered allies. Meanwhile, in the eastern barbarian region, Chen Mobai sent Luo Zuer, who had consolidated her cultivation, to deliver invitations to the 16 Golden Core factions, as well as to the Golden Crow, Immortal City, and the Kongsang Valley. On the other side of the Dongyu Xingqian Dao sect, Chen Mobai also gave the invitation to Xiuxian in Beiyuan City, asking her to pass it on to Yu Shuji. Finally, there's the eastern lands. Chen Mobai only knew Yiqing and Yuanzhen. After sending invitations to all the guests, Chen Mobai returned to his cave abode, which was located at the top of Beiyuan Mountain. Qingnu, accompanied by Gu Yan, was choosing the style of dress for the grand ceremony, while Zhu Ming was also taking notes. Can you help me see which one is suitable? When Qingnu saw Chen Mobai enter, she immediately held up the 6 sets of formal dresses and various jewelry and decorations that the 5-element sect had rushed to produce under the guidance of the Fengtian sect cultivators. After Chen Mobai had her try them all on, he chose the most suitable one. As time goes by, the day of the grand ceremony is drawing ever closer. All the core formation cultivators from Dongyi have returned, but Zhou Shenking said that there would be too many people coming, and he was afraid that people would recognize him as a nascent soul cultivator, so he wouldn't come. Of course, the official reason was that he wanted to guard Mingjing Mountain. After all, Zhou Yi and the others had returned to the eastern wilderness, and the eastern barbarians needed a high-level cultivator. Not long after, Nujiang also arrived in Beiyuan City with a handsome cultivator dressed in a dark yellow robe. Greetings, sect leader Chen. I am Sun Huanglong. The visitor was the current head of the Sun family of Eastern Wu, and also the undisputed #1 person in Eastern Wu. It is a great honor to have the head of the Sun family personally come. Although Chen Mobai thought the Sun family would value his goodwill, he didn't expect that it would be Sun Huanglong, the #1 figure who came. Accompanied by Nujiang, Chen Mobai had an in-depth conversation with Sun Huanglong. Facing this nascent soul cultivator, Sun Huanglong remained neither humble nor arrogant, handling the situation with propriety and even displaying remarkable composure in his speech and actions, which gave Chen Mobai a very good first impression of him. After Sun Huanglong, all 16 Golden Core factions of the Eastern Barbarians arrived together. After meeting them, Chen Mobai asked Zhou Yi, who had returned, to receive them. They were also very surprised by Beiyuan City, the #1 immortal city in the eastern wilderness. In terms of planning and layout, it surpassed Jinwu Immortal City by several levels. Even Sun Huanglong, after arriving, was captivated by the grandeur and sophistication of Beiyuan City. Every day, he had Nujiang show him around, thinking about whether he could build a similar city in Eastern Wu after returning home. Sect leader Chen, My master is busy practicing the formation with the 5 lineages of burning heaven, so he really can't spare the time. This is a gift he asked me to bring to you. Liu Nensheng from Yu Raihai came on behalf of Bai Wu Laozu. After speaking, he respectfully presented a box with both hands. After returning from sending Chu Zuoshu, Liu Nensheng became the designated person to communicate with the 5 elements sect from the Bathing Sun Sea. That's thoughtful of you. Chen Mobai opened the jade box and looked inside. He found a string of green and gold leaves, bright and vivid in color, resembling a folding fan. These are leaves from the sun god tree. They can be used as 5th-tier talisman paper or as medicinal herbs. It was expected that the White Crow ancestor wouldn't come, but Chen Mobai couldn't understand why Kongseng Valley hadn't sent anyone either. End of this chapter. Chapter 875, The Theory of Dao Fruit. Chapter 875, The Theory of Dao Fruit. Using his divine sense to control his sword, Ku Zhu slew the last illusory water demon and stood at the end of the trial grounds on Kaiyuan Island. He exhaled softly and retrieved his natal flying sword. A flash of dark spiritual light appeared, and the black-robed cultivator from Kaiyuan Island appeared before him. Congratulations, you have passed the trial and are now able to receive the Dao fruit inheritance from Kaiyuan Island. Upon hearing this, Ku Zhu's expression remained calm, but a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Since being brought here to recover from his injuries, he has resolutely embarked on the path of trials. Every step he has taken has been fraught with difficulties and dangers, and he has shed sweat and blood. Now he can finally reap the rewards. The Dao fruit is a supreme inheritance that only exists in the holy lands of the heavenly river realm. The so-called Dao fruit is the transformation of a cultivator's nascent soul into a primordial spirit. However, not all primordial spirits can be called Dao fruits. Only those who can advance further, that is, those who can ascend beyond the nascent soul stage, can be considered to have attained the Dao fruit. In the heavenly river realm, there are many cultivation techniques that can be practiced to the nascent soul stage, but those with Dao fruit inheritances are extremely rare. This is because only ascended cultivators can leave behind Dao fruits. After receiving the Dao fruit inheritance, the talented Dao child saintess will be able to perfectly adapt to the ascension secret method in a subtle way, and her nascent soul will transform into a primordial spirit much more easily than ordinary nascent soul cultivators. The reason why the 9 heavens demon-slaying sect and the morality sect are so powerful is because they have been passed down for thousands of years, and more than one ascended cultivator has left behind the Dao fruit. Even if the current generation of Taoist disciples and saintesses are not up to par and fail to cultivate their primordial spirit, as long as they still have the foundation of Dao fruit, they can wait for the next one. The black-robed cultivator reached out and lifted the water in the deep-sea trial ground, causing it to swirl in his palm, and a deep blue jade bottle appeared out of thin air. This is the inherited magic artifact of my Abyss Island, the 4 Seas bottle. The heavenly Abyss Dao fruit is inside. After hearing this, Ku Zhu stared intently at the jade bottle. The 4 Seas bottle has smooth lines and is as blue as the deep sea. You can faintly see a deep light shimmering inside the bottle, as if it contains endless power. This should be the heavenly Abyss Dao fruit. But before that, there's one last hurdle you need to overcome. The black-robed cultivator, holding the 4 Seas bottle, spoke in a calm tone. Which level? Ku Zhu spoke with full confidence. The trials he had endured over the years had made him fearless. The black-robed cultivator smiled slightly, and then the water around him formed a whirlpool from which a kind-faced old man emerged. It was none other than Mukin, the master of Kuzhu. Mukin looked at Kuzhu with a face full of satisfaction. Master. When Ku Zhu saw the wooden zither appear, he also bowed respectfully. He was a rare person in the eastern continent who respected his teachers and valued the way. To refine the heavenly Abyss Dao fruit, one must have a heart as still as water and as cold as ice. You still have many distracting thoughts in your heart, which you need to eliminate. The black-robed cultivator spoke up at this moment, saying something that made Ku Zhu's eyes widen. If you kill her, your state of mind will barely reach the standard to accept the inheritance of the Tao fruit. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Ku Zhu refused without even thinking. If the inheritance of Kaiyuan Island requires killing one's master to obtain, he would rather not have it. The black-robed cultivator remained silent but mute inside, her eyes filled with both joy and regret. It was as if she had known this all along. She spoke slowly, her voice trembling slightly. Zhou, I don't have much life left. Even if you don't kill me, I'll probably pass away in a few years. I might as well use this life to help you achieve your Tao. Master, I can't do it. However, Ku Zhu still shook his head and refused. Although he knew that what Mu Qin said was true, if he used it as an excuse to take action, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Even if he could achieve the nascent soul stage, his Tao heart would probably have huge flaws. You have passed all the trials, and only the last step remains. After receiving the inheritance of the heavenly abyss Tao fruit, if you can find the yellow springs Tao fruit circulating in the demonic path in the future, you will be able to achieve the supreme 9 abyss 9 springs Tao fruit, and ascension will be easy. This is an opportunity that even the Holy Land does not have. Do you really want to give it up? At this moment, the black-robed cultivator spoke again. A conflict and struggle flickered in Ku Zhu's eyes. He knew that this was absolutely the most outstanding opportunity in the heavenly river realm. If he obtained this, achieving the nascent soul stage and ascending to the void realm would no longer be just a dream. But if it meant killing his master, he still couldn't accept it. After taking a deep breath, Ku Zhu calmed his inner turmoil and made a decision. I choose to give up. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise flashed in the black-robed cultivator's eyes. The xylophone player on the side looked both wistful and delighted. Having such a disciple in this world makes her feel that her life has been worthwhile. She made a decision. Are you really not going to reconsider? At this moment, the black-robed cultivator spoke again, and Ku Zhu nodded. Let us, master and disciple, leave. You can find a suitable successor. Upon hearing this, Xylophone's eyes hardened, and then a loud laugh rang out. Ha ha ha, very good, very good. You are the first person in 10,000 years to truly pass all the trials. Amidst the black-robed cultivator's loud laughter, he stopped his charade and directly handed the 4C's bottle to Ku Zhu. What's going on? Ku Zhu looked puzzled, and the black-robed cultivator explained. Although my Abyss Island is inherited from the 9 Abyss demonic sect, one must have a Tao heart that can restrain one's desires. If one cannot resist the greed for the Tao fruit, one's consciousness will be devoured and turned into nothingness when accepting the heavenly abyss inheritance. A heart as still as water and as cold as ice can indeed refine the heavenly abyss Tao fruit, but that is only the lowest level. One will never be able to truly and perfectly control the power of the heavenly abyss in one's entire life. Only someone like you, who transcends desires, grasps his true self, and possesses unwavering will, is the most suitable successor to the heavenly abyss Tao fruit. With a solemn expression, Ku Zhu accepted the 4C's bottle with both hands and discovered that the entire bottle was surrounded by a faint blue light, and the mouth of the bottle was decorated with a ring of golden dragon scales, adding to its majesty. How do I refine it? He asked somewhat impatiently. Listen carefully. The black-robed cultivator imparted a mantra of over 10,000 words, which was also the supreme cultivation technique of Kaiyuan Island, the Tianyuan Daoju. Ku Zhu memorized every single word, then sat down cross-legged and began to contemplate it on the spot. 3 days and 3 nights later, he opened his eyes, his gaze gleaming with a deep blue light, clearly indicating that he had gained a great deal. He raised the 4C's bottle in his hand and used the heavenly abyss Tao technique to refine it, but he found that the dragon scales around the bottle mouth lit up with golden light, blocking his divine sense from entering and making contact with the heavenly abyss Tao fruit. What's going on? Ku Zhu frowned and asked the black-robed cultivator in front of him. Back when the human and demon races of Dongzhu were at war, My Qianyuan true monarch of Qianyuan Island perished together with the true spirit golden dragon of the Qianjiao royal court. This 4 C's bottle was also sealed by the golden dragon. The black-robed cultivator's words made Ku Zhu's mood plummet from the sky to the abyss. How can I open it? Find a nascent soul true monarch with overwhelming strength to break through, or go to the Qianjiao royal court deep in the Qianhai to hunt down a golden dragon and obtain its heart's blood to unlock the problem. The black-robed monk's words caused Ku Zhu to frown deeply. On the eastern continent, only the 3 holy lands have nascent soul true monarchs, but how could Ku Zhu dare to take such a precious item as the heavenly abyss Dao fruit to the holy lands for help? If he really did that, he would probably be killed by the Holy Land as soon as he took out the 4 C's bottle. He believed that even the Holy Land would set aside its pride to acknowledge the preciousness of the Dao fruit. But hunting the golden dragon is even more difficult. That is the true spirit bloodline of the Qianjiao royal court. When they grow up, they are already at the level of a god. Whoever hunts down the golden dragon will be marked with their bloodline, which will attract the Qianjiao royal court's relentless pursuit. Isn't there a third way? With success nearly achieved, only one final step remained. Ku Zhu was unwilling to accept that the opportunity to become a deity was right in his grasp, yet he was unable to enjoy it. The black-robed cultivator's words made Ku Zhu's eyes light up, and his face filled with anticipation. The art of blood sacrifice can wear down the power of the seal. These words caused Ku Zhu's expression to change drastically. Blood sacrifice is an undisputed demonic spell. If one were to fall into the demonic path for this, would it really be worth it? The words 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect surfaced in Ku Zhu's mind, causing his eyes to hesitate. How many people's blood sacrifices are needed? He asked the question, and the black-robed cultivator smiled slightly upon hearing it. When he asked that question, there was no doubt that Ku Zhu was moved. A blood sacrifice of about 20 nascent soul cultivators would be enough to completely break the seal. Upon hearing this, Ku Zhu looked utterly desperate. Given the situation in the eastern continent, he could only find 20 nascent soul cultivators in the eastern lands, but the 9 Heavens demon suppression sect was located there. However, your cultivation is still weak and you cannot fully accept the inheritance of the Dao fruit, so you can proceed step by step. As long as a nascent soul cultivator makes a blood sacrifice, a gap in the seal can be opened, and you can also use this to feel the power of the heavenly abyss. Hearing this, Ku Zhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Use me as a blood sacrifice. At that moment, the xylophone next to them started playing. Master, didn't I already say? Ku Zhu frowned, and was about to speak when he noticed that Mu Qin had already taken out a bamboo sword and pointed it at his heart. Master, no. Ku Zhu tried to stop it, but Mu Qin was also a nascent soul cultivator. After a slight obstruction, the bamboo sword had already pierced through. No. Ku Zhu rushed over immediately, but it was too late. Mu Qin reached out and extracted the essence blood from her heart, condensing it into a beam of blood light, which landed on the dragon scales at the mouth of the 4 C's bottle. You are the leader of my Kongseng Valley, and I do not want you to be tainted by the demonic path. Now I am using the power of blood sacrifice to help you open the 4 C's bottle, so you can return to the eastern continent with dignity. After sacrificing all her life essence, Mu Qin's face aged rapidly, becoming covered with wrinkles. With her last strength, she raised her hand and stroked Ku Zhu's head. Master! Ku Zhu's loud cries reached Mu Qin's ears as she lay dying. She felt spiritual energy continuously flowing into her back. Her eyes began to glaze over, and she suddenly thought of the past. About 300 years ago, Ku Zhu was still a child. At that time, he was very naughty and ignorant. Every time I gave a lecture, he would start to doze off after listening to the beginning. After being punished with bamboo sticks, Mu Qin felt sorry for him instead. Every time she applied medicine to Ku Zhu, she liked to stroke his head like this, reminding him to cultivate well next time. Ku Zhu always verbally agreed, but the next time it was the same. End of this chapter. Chapter 876, Taeksu Taoist Zhang Pengkong. Chapter 876, Taeksu Taoist Zhang Pengkong. The black-robed monk nodded gently as he saw the wooden zither in Ku Zhu's arms take its last breath. Before Ku Zhu passed the trial, he had already told Mu Qin about the blood sacrifice and the heavenly abyss Dao fruit. In the end, he was right. The wooden zither did indeed make a sacrifice to prevent the bitter bamboo from falling into the demonic path. However, this can only stop it temporarily. Baiyuan City. There are only 3 days left until the ceremony begins. The representative from Kongseng Valley finally arrived. It was Yi Chenghen, whom Chen Mobai knew. He looked slightly haggard. After presenting the congratulatory gift, Chen Mobai learned from him that the soul lamp of the Wood Chin master had shattered. Because of this incident, Kongseng Valley was in turmoil for a while. Fortunately, Kuzhu's soul lamp was still there, otherwise they would probably have already split up by now. The news of Mukin's death also made Chen Mobai somewhat emotional. After all, she was the first nascent soul cultivator to have any interaction with their 5-element sect. It was thanks to her that they were able to go to the Big Dipper assembly and obtain the 3 lights divine water. Please accept my condolences, Chen Mobai said to Yi Chenghen, and then added that if there were any problems in Dongyi in the future, they could go to the 5-element sect branch of Mingjing Mountain. Yi Chenghen was very grateful for this. Next, Chen Mobai met with the head chef of Tianqinlu who came from the east. The head chef, named Ren Qiu, was a late-stage golden core cultivator who was personally brought by Shen Shanking to pay his respects. During the rise of the 5-element sect, Shen Shanking had been a great help, so Chen Mobai didn't forget to send him an invitation this time. He even contracted out all the catering for the ceremony, except for the drinks, to Tianqinlu. Greetings, sect leader Chen. I heard about your grand ceremony, so I brought 12 head chefs from the east to help out. Ren Qiu was a short, stout cultivator with a round figure. He had a big head and ears when he smiled, and handed over the gift box he was carrying as he spoke. Chef Ren, you're too kind. I didn't expect you to lead the team personally. It seems we're in for a treat this time. Chen Mobai immediately expressed his gratitude. He quite approved of the food at Tianqinlu. After all, the ingredients were good and the portions were generous. Moreover, Ren Qiu received the true teachings of 2 nascent soul cultivators from Tianqinlu, and his ability to become the head chef was based on his genuine culinary skills. Don't worry, sect leader Chen, leave the meals for the ceremony to me. After talking with Ren Qiu for a while, Chen Mobai also mentioned Shen Shanking's help to him, which made the former nod repeatedly, saying that such an outstanding talent needs to be properly nurtured. Upon hearing this, Shen Shanking's face lit up with joy. He had thought he would spend the rest of his life in the eastern wilderness, but unexpectedly, he was able to regain the attention of the eastern headquarters through the 5-element sect. Ren Qiu has thoroughly learned about Shen Shanking this time. If the latter can form a core, then the Tianqinlu in the 3 regions of Dongyi, Donghuang, and Dongwu will be handed over to him for management. It wasn't just talk. Ren Qiu had already taught Shen Shanking the golden core cultivation technique of using food to cultivate qi at Tianqinlu, and also gave him many delicacies that could improve his cultivation. Shen Shanking was extremely grateful that he had been exiled to the eastern wilderness. Otherwise, his fellow disciples would have met Chen Mobai and risen to great heights. He was already imagining the bright future after he formed his core and met the 2 nascent soul elders. Inside the main hall, Ren Qiu asked Chen Mobai about his various requirements for the dishes, and then hurriedly took Shen Shanking to purchase ingredients. Ren Qiu originally thought it would be quite troublesome, but to his surprise, he managed to purchase most of the goods in Baiyuan City. The rest only required a word, and the 5-element sect was able to transfer them from various parts of the 19 counties of the eastern wilderness. Under the rule of sect leader Chen, this eastern wilderness is no less impressive than those immortal cities in the eastern lands. After personally experiencing Baiyuan City, Ren Qiu couldn't help but marvel at it. This sect leader Chen is clearly not someone who could be cultivated in the eastern wilderness. I estimate that what ancestor Beiwu revealed is true. It should be that the Tao child of Yiyuan Tao Palace deliberately raised in the eastern wilderness to avoid being killed by the demonic path. Shen Shanking shared his guess. Tianqinlu was well informed, and Beiwu ancestor wanted to spread the rumor that Chen Mobai was Chen Qingdi. He had asked Tianqinlu in Jinwu, Immortal City, to help spread the word. When Shen Shanking received the news, he was also very surprised, but he certainly couldn't ask Chen Mobai about it. Besides, it was his own business, so he could only pretend not to know. After the Five Elements sect is upgraded to a nascent soul sect, the major powers in the eastern lands will pay more attention to the eastern wilderness. As the head chef of the heavenly canteen here, you should be extra careful when selling information. If someone wants to buy information about the Five Elements sect, you should think it over carefully. As for whether this sect leader Chen is a Tao child of the One Yuan Tao Palace, we should not investigate or delve into it. Ren Qiu instructed Shen Shanking that although Tianqinlu had two nascent soul-level elders, they still needed to be cautious when facing forces at the Holy Land level. Besides, even if it wasn't Chen Qingdi, the two nascent soul cultivators from the Five Elements sect were genuine. When facing such forces, Tianqinlu always prioritized maintaining good relations and tried its best not to offend them. It was precisely for this reason that Shen Shanking, who was on good terms with the Five Elements sect, received special attention and training. Time quickly passed to the day before the ceremony. After Chen Mobai tried on his clothes, he was talking to Qing Nu when his expression suddenly changed slightly. Soon after, two waves of spiritual energy at the nascent soul level arrived above Beiyuan City. The two of them did not conceal their auras, instantly attracting the attention of all the cultivators in the city. "Haha, brother Yi Qing, I thought you weren't coming." Chen Mobai flew out from the top of Beiyuan Mountain with a loud laugh, clasped his hands in a salute to Yi Qing, who was arriving, and then looked at the handsome young man in black robes beside him with some surprise. Chen Mobai had seen this person before. Back when he was at the Xingqian Dao sect, he descended with the palace master of Biluo Palace and ultimately sealed the Void Rift. He had a vague guess in his mind, but still asked with a curious expression, "May I ask how this fellow Taoist is addressed?" "Zhang Pengkong." The young man in the black robe spoke his name, revealing himself to be the Taoist of the Taixu Misty Palace. "I never expected that it would be the Taoist master Taixu himself. My Beiyuan city is truly honored." Chen Mobai's guess was confirmed, but he still greeted him with a look of surprise. "Yi Qing, I told him about the large teleportation array you mentioned last time. Since it's your grand ceremony, I brought him over to take a look. Yi Qing is a really reliable person. He always keeps his promises." Chen Mobai immediately invited the two down and personally brewed tea for them. Meanwhile, everyone in Beiyuan City who witnessed this scene was also discussing it animatedly. There's absolutely no mistake. Sect leader Chen must be Chen Qingdi, the Tao child of the Yiyuan Tao Palace in this generation. Otherwise, why would these two Tao children from the Holy Land travel thousands of miles to the eastern wilderness to celebrate for him? Some people who considered themselves well-informed immediately began to share their inside information. Ren Qiu, the head chef of Tianqinlu, initially thought it was unreliable, but now he's starting to believe it. After all, Yi Qing was notoriously difficult to get along with in the eastern lands. Zhang Pengkong was also eccentric and aloof. Those who could make them travel from the eastern lands to the eastern wilderness to attend the grand ceremony could not possibly be casual acquaintances. The summit of Beiyuan Mountain. Junior sister said she suddenly gained a new understanding of the Nine Heavens mystic scripture and needs to go into seclusion to consolidate it, so she can't come this time and asked me to apologize to you. Beneath the fourth-tier everlasting wood, Chen Mobai was brewing tea when Yi Qing spoke first, explaining why Yuan Zhen hadn't come. No, spiritual practice is more important." Chen Mobai immediately shook his head, indicating that there was no need to apologize. A large teleportation array costs 50 million spirit stones, and annual maintenance costs 1 million spirit stones. At this moment, Zhang Pengkong spoke up directly. Upon hearing the price, Chen Mobai was taken aback, but since Yi Qing was the only reason for selling it to him, he didn't haggle and nodded in agreement. No problem, but one seat might not be enough. Chen Mobai's words made Zhang Pengkong frown slightly, somewhat puzzled. You set up one here in the eastern wilderness, and then I will connect it with the one in the Golden Crow Immortal City, which will connect the eastern barbarians and the eastern wilderness, and also save costs. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's expression turned strange. If Teksu Deazi can persuade Beiwu Leazu, I have no objection. If this connection is established, the Five Elements sect can mobilize all its cultivators to enter the Golden Crow Immortal City on the same day it wants to attack the Bathing Sun Sea. If Beiwu ancestor were a normal person, he would not agree to this. Zhang Pengkong looked puzzled, and Yi Qing immediately spoke up to explain the reason. So you two have a grudge against each other. Zhang Pengkong rarely left the eastern lands and had never paid attention to the eastern continent's borders, so he was truly unaware of the conflict between the Five Elements sect and the Bathing Sun Sea. If you want 2 seats, I can give you a 5% discount, but the maintenance is handled by junior sister Shan Mayasu, so I can't offer a discount. Zhang Pengkong would definitely not discuss such matters with Yu Rihai, and since the Five Elements sect has the resources to afford it, 2 sites would be better for him. Then I'll trouble Teksu Deazi. I'll set one up in Baiyuan City and another at Mingjing Mountain in Dongyi. As Chen Mobai spoke, he immediately took out a map of the Five Elements sect. According to his request, the sect's spiritual vein department updated it every year. This map included the 3 border regions of the eastern continent, parts of the desolate ruins and Yunmeng Marsh. Moreover, under his years of training, it was very exquisite. This was the first time Zhang Pengkong and Yi Qing had ever seen a map like this. Every mountain, river, forest, and county is meticulously depicted. The mountain peaks are marked with heights, making the undulating terrain immediately apparent. Rivers meander like ribbons, and forests are depicted as patches of varying shades of green, each with clearly defined boundaries, allowing one to distinguish different tree species. Counties and cities are scattered throughout, connected by numerous roads. Is that Mingjing Mountain going to connect with that immortal city in the eastern lands? Zhang Pengkong asked another question. After hearing this, Chen Mobai hesitated. He had only set up the large teleportation array to connect the eastern wilderness and the eastern barbarians, and had no intention of connecting with the eastern land. End of this chapter. Chapter 877, Grand Ceremony. Bonus chapter for 22,000 monthly tickets. Chapter 877, Grand Ceremony. Bonus chapter for 22,000 monthly tickets. Connect with my sects 9, Heaven's Immortal City. Just as Chen Mobai hesitated, Yi Qing spoke up. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Since he had said so, Chen Mobai certainly wouldn't refuse. Closing himself off from the eastern lands would allow him to quietly develop the Five Elements sect's strength in the 3 border regions of the eastern continent. However, once he reached the nascent soul stage, most of the things he needed could only be purchased from the eastern lands. For example, the main ingredients of Yuyingdan, or even the medicinal materials needed for Peiyingdan and Huyingdan. After absorbing the territory of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, if the Five Elements sect wants to advance further, it must make contact with the core of the eastern continent, the eastern land. With a large teleportation array connecting directly to the 7 immortal cities of the east, the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce will surely flourish, and Yue Zhudao will no longer need to travel back and forth only once every 10 years or so. After careful consideration, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. After agreeing on the most crucial details, Zhang Pengkong took Chen Mobai's map. He needed to conduct an on-site inspection of the locations where the 2 large teleportation arrays were set up. Chen Mobai immediately summoned Yi Yun and Yi Shaoqing from the array formation department. The former was responsible for receiving them, while the latter handled professional matters. According to Chen Mobai's plan, the existing medium-sized teleportation array would remain unchanged. Instead, A fourth-tier spiritual vein would be re-established in the suburbs on the other side of Baiyuan City, and a large teleportation array would be set up there. The Five Elements sect had already done this once before, using teleportation arrays to boost housing prices and various economic activities, and this time they were even more adept at it. This matter was supposed to be kept secret, but Chen Mobai made Yun publicize it. Soon after hearing that a large teleportation array was about to be set up in the newly developed suburbs of Baiyuan City, many cultivation families and independent cultivators sought connections to inquire about it, hoping to reserve a house or shop in advance. The housing prices in the suburbs where the medium-sized teleportation array is located have now reached a point where even cultivation families would feel the pinch if they wanted to buy. Many of the first batch of independent cultivators who bought in have seen their wealth increase 5 or 6 times. If they could sell this property alone, it would be enough for them to live a very comfortable and peaceful life in the various towns and cities of the 19 counties of the eastern wilderness. However, no one is willing to sell it now. As the Five Elements sect's influence grows, housing prices in Baiyuan City rise every year. Soon, by preselling houses and shops, the Five Elements sect earned the spirit stones for a fourth-order spiritual vein and half a teleportation array. Sun Huanglong and the cultivators from the eastern barbarian forces witnessed the entire process from beginning to end, and they were all dumbfounded. Are spirit stones really that easy to earn? It should be noted that, although they have their own immortal cities and markets in their territory, many cultivators leave after acquiring assets, preferring to find a spiritual vein in a small place to live in seclusion rather than stay in an immortal city for a long time. Only when cultivation resources are exhausted, and there is absolutely no other way, will they come to the immortal city market. Only those powerful cultivation families and sects would settle down there. What are the differences here? These people who were sent to participate in the ceremony were all outstanding leaders of their families or sects. After visiting some residents of Baiyuan City, they quickly discovered the problems within their own families. They could not guarantee the safety of the monks. In Baiyuan City, as long as you buy a house and don't violate the rules set by the Five Elements sect, the Five Elements sect will protect your safety no matter who comes to your door. Furthermore, the Five Elements sect severely cracks down on those who commit treacherous acts, hunting them down to the ends of the earth without mercy once discovered. Even if a disciple of the Five Elements sect does such a thing, they are dealt with directly without any leniency. Thinking about this, the representatives of the various forces fell into deep thought. They all knew their own backgrounds, and it was certain that they occasionally colluded with cultivators to commit robbery and murder. After all, the profits from the market and the immortal city belong to the sect, but the spoils from robbery and murder are theirs. Moreover, even if the matter is exposed, as long as the stolen gains are given to the elders who come down to investigate, they can basically get away with it. This is precisely why the practice of robbing cultivators has been repeatedly prohibited, but not stopped. Because many of these crimes were committed by their own people. The Eastern Holy Land doesn't concern itself with such trivial matters, so many cultivators act with impunity. Having witnessed the positive atmosphere of the Eastern wilderness, several have decided that upon returning, they will study the Five Elements sect and see if they can build a mini northern abyss city. The day of the grand ceremony finally arrived. At the foot of Baiyuan Mountain lies the heart of the entire immortal city, where a spacious plaza stands. Chen Mobai descended from the sky on a cloud of 5 colors, accompanied by Qingnu. He wore a red robe and a golden crown, looking handsome and dashing. Qingnu, on the other hand, wore a light green veil, adorned with a phoenix crown and a wedding gown, looking beautiful and charming. Led by cultivators from the Fengshan sect, the two held incense burners and offered incense to heaven and earth, expressing their reverence for the universe and their prayers for blessings. During this process, Chen Mobai also announced that he had achieved nascent soul cultivation and paid homage to heaven and earth. After bowing to heaven and earth, the next step is to pay respects to one's parents. Although neither set of parents is present, this ritual is still indispensable. Chen Mobai had already prepared 2 memorial tablets for his parents and placed them on the mountain. He and King Nu bowed together in the direction of the mountain. Finally, there is the bowing ceremony between husband and wife, signifying that they will be of one heart and mind forever. After the ceremony, Chen Mobai and King Nu held hands and smiled at each other. At this moment, melodious music began to play, and dozens of elegant female cultivators, with their refined demeanor and beautiful faces, began to dance gracefully under Zhu Ting's guidance. These were all former disciples of the Snowfall Palace, and they were performing this dance for Chen Mobai from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, after the dance, each of them would receive a considerable amount of spirit stones. Meanwhile, on the city walls of Baiyuan Immortal City, brilliant fireworks, lit by cultivators of the 5-element sect, transformed into colorful displays, immersing the entire city in a festive and joyful atmosphere. All the cultivators in the city came out of their homes to watch this grand ceremony. Amidst a shower of confetti and flower petals, Chen Mobai and Qing Nu came down and began to toast each of them. The first table was naturally occupied by Yi Qing and Zhang Pengkong. Besides the two of them, there were also Ren Qiu, Sun Huanglong, Liu Nansheng, Yi Chenghen, and Yu Shuji. As the most distinguished guests, Chen Mobai and Qing Nu also had their seats here. As the sun set, the ceremony drew to a close. After Chen Mobai and Qing Nu finished toasting the last table, they returned to their seats and drank one last cup with Yi Qing and the others. The Dao couple ceremony was thus successfully concluded. Yi Qing and Zhang Pengkong took their leave first, and Chen Mobai asked Yi Yun to see them off on his behalf. "Gentlemen, please forgive me for the poor hospitality." After saying a few words to everyone, Chen Mobai and Qing Nu returned to the mountain together. Watching the two leave, Luo Yixuan and Yin Qingmei, who were sitting together, drank another cup together. Liu Wenbai, who saw this, was a little confused. He clearly remembered that the two did not have a good relationship. It's a pity that junior brother is in seclusion forming his core and missed this grand ceremony. Zhuo Ming, having put down her chopsticks, spoke with some regret. Jiang Zhengheng had reached the core formation stage in Pipa Valley, so naturally no one would force him to leave seclusion because of this matter. With junior brother Jiang's talent, he's sure to succeed in forming his core this time. Alas, as the second-generation eldest disciple of the Xiaonanchan lineage, I've been pursued by you junior brothers and sisters one after another. Liu Wenbai and Zhuo Ming became disciples of Chen Mobai at the same time, and their friendship was even stronger than that of siblings. Therefore, he also confided his inner bitterness in front of Zhuo Ming. As long as you follow Master's instructions, you will definitely be able to successfully form your core. Zhuo Ming spoke up to persuade them, and besides these second-generation disciples, there were also 3 third-generation disciples at the table: Han Jiling, Song Huangda, and Duan Shuyu. Among them, Han Jiling has already broken through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and Song Huangda is almost there as well. Duan Shuyu had only recently entered the foundation establishment stage. Because he was older when he started cultivating, he had white hair despite being the youngest among them. I heard that the patriarch bestowed the Tianpeng Mountain Villa upon you. Song Huangda and Han Jiling had a good relationship. When he saw his master Liu Wenbai talking to Zhuo Ming, he also spoke to her. "No, it's just to let me go and take care of the medicinal fields and spiritual plants over there." Han Jiling shook her head repeatedly in denial. 4th-order spiritual veins are extremely rare in the entire 5-element sect, and many core formation cultivators don't even have them. With her current foundation establishment level, how could she dare to be so high-profile? "And you? I heard that the founder has entrusted you with an important project. Previously, it was the current acting sect leader, Uncle E, who was in charge. It seems that the founder has high hopes for you." Han Jiling's words almost made Song Huangda, who was drinking, choke. "The position of sect leader is something I've never even dared to dream of. Don't talk nonsense, or it'll make things difficult for me." Just as the two were talking, Zhou Yi, who was at the next table, suddenly stood up, and Green Pearl, who was next to him, immediately followed with a wine pot. The two walked over to the first table. After Chen Mobai, Qingnu, Yiqing, and Zhang Pengkong left, only Ren Qiu, Sun Huanglong, Liu Nansheng, and Yu Shuji remained. Yichenghen couldn't stand Liu Nansheng from Yu Rai Hai, so he went to drink with Nu Jiang and Sheng Zhaoxi at their table. Master Sun, I have long admired your name. After toasting everyone, Zhou Yi sat down next to Sun Huanglong with a smile. Who are you? Sun Huanglong naturally realized that Zhou Yi's cultivation was no less than his own, and asked hesitantly. Zhou Yi, the earth branch of the Five Elements sect. I've heard so much about you. Sun Huanglong knew about the 5 elements and 5 meridians, and he had also heard of Zhou Yi's reputation, so he immediately responded politely. But he didn't know that Zhou Yi and his Sun family were mortal enemies. It seems that Patriarch Sun has forgotten. Zhou Yi said something with some disappointment, then put down his wine glass and left with Lu Zhu. Sun Huanglong watched his departing figure, frowning slightly, wondering what Zhou Yi meant by those words. On the mountaintop, Chen Mobai and Qingnu arrived at the meticulously decorated bridal chamber. Inside, incense and candles burned brightly, and a red wedding quilt embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in the water was laid on the bed. Various auspicious decorations were placed around the room, creating a warm and peaceful atmosphere. My wife. Chen Mobai followed local customs and called out, causing Qingnu's fair cheeks to flush red, and she lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. Before long, she was already on the wedding quilt, her snow-white body glowing like jade against the red backdrop. The sky was already dotted with stars, and on this special night, the clear sound of bells rang out continuously. End of this chapter. Chapter 878. The 3 treasures of foundation building are now available. Chapter 878. The 3 treasures of foundation building are now available. After the ceremony, Qingnu officially joined the 5 Elements sect. In the days that followed, Chen Mobai spent his time being affectionate with Qingnu, while also meeting and bidding farewell to the visiting guests one by one. Yiqing took his leave the next day. After he formed his nascent soul, he was basically entrusted with all the external affairs of the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect, and he was very busy. When Yiqing left, Chen Mobai asked Yue Zhudao to go back to the eastern land with him, because the large teleportation array needed to connect with the 9 Heavens Immortal city there, so the 5 Elements sect would definitely have to send someone to connect with this matter. After so many years of honing his skills, Chen Mobai believed that Yue Zhudao was capable of handling this matter well. Taixu Daozi Zhang Pengkong stayed behind because he needed to examine the various aspects of the large-scale teleportation array setup more carefully. The chosen location was the previously hollowed-out miniature spirit stone mine, but it needed to be filled and reinforced using earth vein magic. Chen Mobai assigned Yi Shaoqing from the array department to Zhang Pengkong, instructing the former to fulfill all of the latter's requirements for setting up the teleportation array. Ren Qiu of Tianqinlu and Yu Shuji of Xingxiandao sect took their leave together. It was said that Elder Xingji had brought a lot of delicacies from Zhangzhou and overseas, intending to use them to prepare a lavish feast to entertain several nascent soul cultivators from the Eastern Holy Land, and invited Ren Qiu to take charge of the cooking. After seeing off all the guests, Beiyuan City, which had been bustling with activity due to the grand ceremony, gradually began to return to its peaceful state. However, with the commencement of construction on the 4th-tier spiritual veins required for the large-scale teleportation array, the area designated as a new district attracted the attention of all idle cultivators in the eastern wilderness. In the past, the benefits and perks offered by the 5 Elements sect in developing various projects attracted a large number of independent cultivators who wanted to become part of the project and contribute their labor. Even the major families of the eastern wilderness are pulling strings to try and secure the most profitable portions of the deal in advance. Chen Mobai was enjoying his new marriage with Qingnu when all these matters fell to Yi Yun. The latter, who started his business in Beiyuan City, knew the ins and outs best. He personally oversaw the development of the new district, handling everything personally, and brought the previously volatile market prices back to a normal level. Previously, in order to open up the eastern wilderness plateau as soon as possible, Chen Mobai offered extremely high salaries in spirit stones to various cultivation families, subcontractors, and even independent cultivators in order to attract more manpower and resources, whether it was the two major rivers, planting trees to control desertification, or opening up spiritual fields. The Five Elements sect has now entered a stable phase of development and no longer needs to rush its progress. Therefore, Yun felt that there was no need to give such high profits to outsiders. This matter will naturally offend many people, but the Five Elements sect is now the undisputed overlord of the eastern wilderness. Moreover, if the local cultivation families on the plateau are unwilling to do it because the profits are too low, the cultivation families in the other dozen or so counties outside the plateau are all eagerly waiting for this opportunity to enter the market. Some cultivation families are even willing to spend spirit stones to work for the Five Elements sect, just to establish a relationship with the sect. With intense competition among various groups, many families resort to all sorts of methods to secure a job. During this period, Yun faced far more temptations than he had in the previous 100 years combined. It was at this moment that Yun realized just how immense the power and the benefits that the position of the Five Elements sect leader truly wielded were. It's no exaggeration to say that he could make a small family of only a dozen people rise to power in a single thought, or make a large family of hundreds of people decline within a few years. However, Yun was also very clear that the reason why Chen Mobai chose him to become the acting sect leader was not only because of the kindness he had shown in his youth, but also because he had followed Chen Mobai for so many years, and his thoughts had become similar to Chen Mobai's. Faced with various temptations, Yun rejected them all. He knew that he was where he was today because of Chen Mobai's approval. If one day I betray Chen Mobai's ideas and path, then it will be time for me to step down. Among the hundreds of forces in the eastern wilderness, Yun assigned his own spirit vein department to undertake the construction and reinforcement of the main foundation of the large teleportation array, and also selected several of the most reasonably priced companies as subcontractors for the above-ground projects. Then the various families that had been filtered out were compiled into a list and given to Zhuo Ming. Zhuo Ming is planning to develop hundreds of millions of acres of fertile land in the 19 counties of the eastern wilderness. To ensure the smooth progress of this project, he will definitely need the cooperation of local cultivation families, which is exactly what he needs. During this process, the Spirit Treasure Pavilion in Baiyuan City also put new foundation establishment spiritual items on sale. Many disciples were initially skeptical of this set of pills, called the Foundation Establishment Three Treasures. However, many former disciples of the Five Elements sect soon returned, demonstrating their foundation establishment cultivation in their respective main branches, and sharing their experiences to illustrate its effectiveness. These people were all brought by Zhou Wangshan to condense the essence of the Five Elements back in the Flying Dragon pool. Some of them with outstanding talent seized the opportunity and successfully established their foundation. Previously, these people had to remain hidden because the three treasures of foundation establishment needed to be kept secret. Now that it has been made public, under the sect's authorization, they can finally return to their main lineage and show their foundation establishment realm to their relatives and friends. The success of this group of people made the disciples of the Five Elements sect have no more doubts, and they all used their accumulated sect contribution to exchange for the three treasures for foundation establishment. Lingbao Pavilion prices each of the foundation establishment three treasures at 1,000 sect contribution points. Knowing there is no shortage of market demand, they do not offer discounts on the entire set. Within just half a month, all 1,000 sets of foundation establishment three treasures prepared by the alchemy department over the past 10 years under Qing Nu's guidance were sold out. For the next year, every 10 days or so, signs of successful foundation establishment would appear in the cave dwellings of Baiyuan City. Such cheap foundation establishment spiritual items made the other cultivation families in the eastern wilderness restless. They all requested that the five-element sect also open up the exchange rights for the three foundation establishment treasures, even if the price was higher. Cultivation families are better off. At least they can still communicate with the five-element sect and make requests. Independent cultivators don't have this kind of channel, but this is their only hope of establishing a foundation. After all, even at the lowest original price, a foundation establishment pill costs 10,000 spirit stones. They couldn't afford it even if they worked their whole lives. Even if you can't afford the whole set of these three treasures for foundation establishment, buying just one would be good. At least it would allow them to experience what it's like to reach the foundation establishment stage. It should be noted that after the five-element sect suppressed the eastern wilderness and the tribulation cultivators almost disappeared, the lives of the rogue cultivators have become better and better. With ample spiritual rice and spiritual energy, most of the early adopters of houses in Baiyuan City have reached the 9th level of qi refining. If they are willing to use their houses as collateral, they should have no problem getting a loan to buy one of the three essential foundation-building treasures. Amidst the uproar, many independent cultivators even went to the foot of Baiyuan Mountain to unfurl banners, pleading with immortal Venerable Chen to have mercy on all living beings and give them a chance to establish their foundation. Chen Mobai, who was compiling the teaching materials for the Longevity Academy with Qingnu, heard the commotion below the mountain and couldn't help but chuckle. "What's wrong?" Hearing his laughter, Qingnu put down her paintbrush. She was compiling an alchemy textbook, using the knowledge system of the immortal sects as the main framework, and filling it with the medicinal herbs and alchemy techniques passed down in the heavenly river realm. Chen Mobai is also involved in writing spells, crafting weapons, and setting up formations. The immortal sect's education system is very comprehensive, with 4 major courses: Art of Alchemy, Alchemy, Weaponry, and Array Formation, covering almost all the fundamentals. Therefore, Chen Mobai plans to work with Qingnu to compile this part of the basic teaching materials. In the future, the five-element sect will use these teaching material as models in the various academies in the eastern wilderness. Only the 2 of them can do this, because the knowledge system also needs to be combined with the actual medicinal materials, terrain, minerals, magic, and so on that exist in this world, so as to achieve localization. This is also the foundation for all ages. Should we ask Yi Yun to open up the 3 foundation establishment treasures to cultivators outside the five-element sect? After hearing what Chen Mobai said, Qingnu asked with some curiosity. If it were the immortal sects, they would definitely have to listen to the voice of the masses and make these concessions. However, on the Tian realm side, if the five-element sect were to act ruthlessly, the rogue cultivators and tribulation cultivators would be powerless to stop them. A short while later, Yi Yun rushed over. "I have disturbed the sect leader's meditation. I am guilty of a grave offense." After Yi Yun went up the mountain, he apologized first. Chen Mobai listened again with the sound of an empty valley and found that there was no sound at the foot of the mountain. With a sweep of his divine sense, he saw that Yuan Qi and the disciples of the five-element sect had taken away all the residents of Baiyuan City who had come to display the banner. It's better to guide than to block. We still need to give them a channel to improve themselves. Chen Mobai spoke, and Yi Yun immediately nodded, indicating that he would go down the mountain to arrange the opening of the 3 treasures of foundation establishment. "There's no need for the sect to intervene. I have other plans." But Chen Mobai shook his head, and Yi Yun didn't ask any questions after hearing this. Soon after, Liu Wenbai and Gu Yan also arrived. "Master, the arrangements for Master's wife's shop have all been made." After Liu Wenbai came up, he first reported his work to Chen Mobai. "What kind of shop?" After hearing this, Qingnu looked completely bewildered. "After you marry into this family, won't you have access to 10,000 acres of medicinal herb fields? Those herbs won't turn into spirit stones just by being planted in the ground. My idea is to open a shop and sell some pills, so I'll have Wenbai buy you the 3 best shops in Baiyuan City." Chen Mobai smiled and said to King Nu, who was drawing patterns of medicinal herbs. King Nu suddenly realized what he meant, but then frowned. "But if I run the store, I'll have less time to spend with you. We both have a long life ahead of us, and finding something we enjoy to do is a way to keep things fresh and new." Chen Mobai began to explain his thoughts and arrangements. "It just so happens that the 3 treasures of Foundation establishment were also mastered under your guidance. When the shop opens, display these, and you will immediately become a living bodhisattva in the eyes of the cultivators in the Eastern Wilderness. This will definitely be the #1 pill shop in the Eastern Wilderness." King Nu always obeyed Chen Mobai's every whim, and after hearing what he said, she felt that running a shop was a good idea. "Now all that's left is the shop name. What do you want to name it?" Seeing King Nu nod, Chen Mobai asked again. "Dangxia, how is it?" End of this chapter. Chapter 879 Lottery. Chapter 879 Lottery. A new elixir shop suddenly appeared in the center of Baiyuan City. Moreover, it's a very spacious 3-room storefront. You should know that this is the most expensive place in Baiyuan City. Even those Foundation establishment families have to think twice before they can rent a room. Later, they learned that the 3 shops were not rented, but had been bought outright, which immediately caused a stir. This would require at least 1,000,000 spirit stones. On that day, the Dangxia Pavilion plaque was hung up, and the shop officially opened for business. Because it was in the very center of the square, many cultivators were attracted to it, and then the guests who came to give gifts opened their eyes. Led by Yi Yun, basically all the prominent figures of the 5 Elements sect came, including several core formation cultivators. Besides the 5 Elements sect, representatives from other forces outside the Eastern Wilderness, such as the Heavenly Restaurant, the Starry Sky Merchant Guild, and the Eastern Wu Merchant Alliance, also came in person to present congratulatory gifts. It was at this moment that the onlookers learned who owned the shop. The Taoist partner of Immortal Chen of the 5 Elements sect, the true woman King Nu. However, King Nu disliked showing her face in public, so she did not attend. If she doesn't go, Chen Mobai naturally won't go either. Since King Nu certainly won't stay in the shop for long, she needs a trustworthy person to manage it. Liu Wenbai was the most suitable candidate, but he had been cultivating diligently recently, single-mindedly wanting to form his core and not bring shame to the Xiaonanchan lineage, so Chen Mobai did not let him take charge of Dangxia Pavilion anymore. Chen Mobai asked Luo Yixuan, but this usually well-behaved disciple said that she wanted to go to Dongyi to explore the ruins of Heyman in a while, so she might not be able to do both at the same time. After hearing this, Chen Mobai also considered that Luo Yixuan was also handling matters related to the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce and the 5 Elements Chamber of Commerce, so he decided not to increase her workload. After considering all the trustworthy people around him, Chen Mobai decided to go with Gu Yan, who had been by his side for a long time. During the Dao couple ceremony, she was the one who was busy taking care of Qing Nu. She was meticulous in her work and taciturn, and Qing Nu was very satisfied with her. However, precisely because she was so satisfied, Qing Nu felt it was better to keep Gu Yan by her side, as both she and her Taoist partner were used to Gu Yan as their maid. Seeing this, Chen Mobai was about to introduce Zhu Ting when Qing Nu had already made her own choice. She chose Wei Qirong, a Foundation establishment cultivator from the 5 Elements sect. Wei Qirong was originally the steward elder in charge of the Tianpeng Mountain Villa. When Qing Nu was there, she was in charge. She was an excellent spirit planter and also open-minded and frank in her dealings with others. Another reason is that after King Nu left the Tianpeng Mountain Villa, Chen Mobai transferred his 3rd-generation disciple Han Xiling there, replacing Wei Qirong. King Nu is also using the position of manager of Dangxia Pavilion to make up for Wei Qirong's shortcomings. As expected, Wei Qirong, who had just lost her cultivation grounds at the 4th Order spiritual vein, was received by Qing Nu and was overjoyed to learn that such a good thing had been arranged for her. Full of confidence, Wei Qirong put 10 sets of the foundation building 3 treasures on the first day of Dangxia Pavilion's opening. Among those who came to watch the opening were many wealthy individuals who wanted to buy several portions on the spot. However, Wei Qirong soon posted a purchase notice. The requirements for purchasing the 3 foundation building treasures are specified above. First, one must be a resident of Baiyuan City. Secondly, each household is limited to 1 purchase every 10 years, and it can only be used by the monks registered under that household. Trading is prohibited. Thirdly, because the production of the 3 foundation building treasures is limited, a lottery system is required to purchase them. The first 2 points were understandable, but the final lottery left everyone completely baffled. Then Wei Qirong stepped forward and explained what a lottery system was. This is mainly for the benefit of independent cultivators. After all, their financial resources are definitely not comparable to those of cultivation families and sects. If the auction is conducted using spirit stones, most of the foundation establishment 3 treasures of Dangxia Pavilion will not end up in the hands of independent cultivators. So Chen Mobai and Qing Nu discussed it and copied the lottery process of the immortal sects. Residents of Baiyuan City who wish to purchase the 3 treasures of foundation establishment can pay a low-grade spirit stone to obtain a talisman from Dangxia Pavilion. The talisman has a number on it. Dangxia Pavilion will put up 10 sets of the 3 treasures of foundation establishment every month, and then draw lots on the first of the following month. Those who win the lottery can purchase the 3 treasures for foundation building from Dangxia Pavilion, based on the number of their talisman. This policy surprised and delighted many cultivators, especially those independent cultivators. They all faced the direction of the summit of Baiyuan Mountain, offering heartfelt prayers and bows, and feeling fortunate to be a member of Baiyuan City. A month later, the number of Baiyuan City residents who participated in the first lottery had exceeded 10,000. To increase their chances of winning the lottery, many cultivation families purchased new properties this month. They knew that after the lottery policy was implemented, property prices in Baiyuan City would only continue to rise. On the day of the lottery, the entire city of Baiyuan was deserted. Dangxia Pavilion was already packed with people, but fortunately the store was located in the central square, so there was room for many people to stand outside. Chen Mobai and Qing Nu stood atop the mountain, looking down at the densely packed cultivators below, almost more than on the day of their Dao couple ceremony, and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the only things that can truly motivate people are those that concern their own interests. The 3 treasures for building a foundation are something you can buy and pass down to your family, even if you don't use them now. You'll definitely not lose out. Therefore, almost everyone in Baiyuan City with some financial means participated in this lottery. This place is becoming more and more like a celestial sect. Looking down the mountain, King Nu watched as cheers and frustrations rose with each number that appeared, and couldn't help but speak up. Only in this way can there be rules, and even the fruit of the Tao's laws be formed. Chen Mobai said this. Qing Nu looked puzzled, as she was unaware of the rules within the immortal sects. Chen Mobai had nothing to hide from her, and told her everything about the rules and the Tao law fruit. There's actually a path to nascent soul, no wonder. King Nu was also extremely surprised after hearing this. It was at this moment that she understood the significance of the existence of the immortal sect. After things settle down here, I will return to the immortal sect and go to the Heavenly Book Academy to read the Tao Law Heavenly Book. Perhaps this is the path I will take to become a nascent soul in the eastern wilderness in the future. As Chen Mobai spoke, he revealed his avatar and the crown of all living beings. These were also things that Qing Nu had never seen before. She originally thought she had gained a deep understanding of Chen Mobai over the years, but little did she know that after becoming his Taoist partner, she would make new discoveries every day. The man in your own home is like an inexhaustible treasure. As King Nu thought this, her gaze toward Chen Mobai became increasingly captivated. At the foot of the mountain, the results of the first lottery are in. 7 belong to independent cultivators, and 3 belonged to cultivation families. This result was exactly what Yi Yun and the others had expected. After all, they had the information of all the households that participated in the lottery, and by using statistical probability calculations, they could get a rough estimate. Although it may seem that the cultivation families are more powerful than the independent cultivators, in reality, apart from the 5-element sect, independent cultivators account for nearly 80% of the population of Baiyuan City. After the lottery was over, Yi Yun and Wei Qirong came to report. 4 of the 7 independent cultivators lacked the financial resources to pay the full amount for the Foundation Establishment 3 treasures. Danxia Pavilion will reserve their eligibility for 3 years. As long as they gather enough spirit stones within 3 years, they can take the remaining pills. If more than 3 years have passed, the extra Foundation Establishment 3 treasures will be put back up for a lottery. This policy was highly praised by the independent cultivators. In the days that followed, because they cared about their Foundation Establishment 3 treasures, these rogue cultivators began to frequently visit Danxia Pavilion. If they needed any pills, they would basically spend them at Danxia Pavilion. There were also 3 rogue cultivators who had reached the final peak of their lives. Under the immense luck bestowed upon them by the heavens, they decided to mortgage their cave dwellings in Baiyuan City in exchange for spirit stones to purchase a complete set of the Foundation Establishment 3 treasures, hoping to seize the opportunity to establish their foundation. After all cultivators know that as long as they successfully establish their foundation, they can repay all the spirit stones within a dozen years, even if they work for the 5-element sect. The locals' mentality of wanting to take a chance on everything is something that even Chen Mobai cannot change. All we can do is hope to educate the next generation well. Yes, that's good, keep it up from now on. After listening to the report, Chen Mobai spoke to Yi Yun and Wei Qirong. Sect leader, there's one more thing. I've discovered that some cultivation families are trying to exploit this loophole. Yi Yun then shared the information he had obtained. Because these Foundation Establishment 3 treasures cannot be traded, but can be used by cultivators registered in the household register, some wealthy cultivation families want to trade with those rogue cultivators who have successfully won the lottery, offering a sum of spirit stones to have their family members with the potential to establish Foundation Establishment adopted or married into their families. One of the rogue cultivators quickly reported the matter to the 5-element sect. Yi Yun, as the acting sect leader, felt that this loophole might make those cultivation families stronger and stronger in the future, so he wondered if it was possible to plug it. Let's leave it at that. If all the rules and regulations are set too rigidly, it will lose its vitality. But Chen Mobai shook his head after hearing this, indicating that it was none of his business. This is the sect leader. Although Yi Yun had been trained by Chen Mobai for decades, he still couldn't keep up with Chen's thinking and didn't understand the meaning of the sentence, but he still nodded in obedience. What you're worried about is nothing more than the fact that cultivation families are becoming stronger and threatening the sect's dominance, or even that with a larger base of Foundation Establishment cultivators, higher-level core formation cultivators will emerge. But you should know that this behavior of annexation will never stop as long as society exists. What we need to do is maintain our strength. As long as senior brother Joe and I are still here, even if 10 or even 100 golden core families appear, this eastern wilderness will still be ruled by our 5-element sect. Moreover, if a sect becomes too dominant in the eastern wilderness, it will quickly become arrogant and even lose its motivation to improve. A little external pressure is actually quite good. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, Yi Yun suddenly understood and looked enlightened. End of this chapter. Chapter 880 Establishment of a Large Teleportation Array. Chapter 880 Establishment of a Large Teleportation Array. In the Eastern Wilderness, under the leadership of the 5-element sect, everything began to develop in a positive direction. The best news, of course, is the successful establishment of the Large Teleportation Array. Under the personal supervision of Zhang Pangkong, the Taoist of the Great Void, the Taixu Misty Palace quickly dispatched a group of people who, without sparing any effort, set up large teleportation arrays in the new district of Baiyuan City and at the foot of Mingjing Mountain in Dongyi. When the two large teleportation arrays were successfully connected, Chen Mobai personally descended the mountain. After thanking Zhang Pankong, he was the first to enter and experience the feeling of being transported tens of thousands of miles in an instant. After several attempts, he suddenly gained some understanding of the void shift technique. Thank you, Master Takesu. After verifying the large teleportation array, Chen Mobai thanked Zhang Pankong beside him. With this, the last obstacle to the development of their five-element sect no longer existed. It's just a normal transaction, no need to thank me. Zhang Pankong shook his head. Chen Mobai immediately handed him a large bag of spirit stones that he had prepared beforehand. He had already paid a deposit of 50 million spirit stones, and this was the final payment, as well as the maintenance and upkeep costs for the two large teleportation arrays over the next 10 years. It was fortunate that they mined 100 million spirit stones from the large spirit stone mine in Dujiu Mountain, and also recovered a small portion of the losses from the pre-sale of real estate shops in the new district. Otherwise, the five-element sect might not have been able to come up with so many spirit stones. It was at this moment that Chen Mobai learned why, among the three border regions of the eastern continent, only the Golden Crow Immortal City had a large teleportation array. Leaving aside the major nascent soul sects, not every nascent soul cultivator would be willing to part with just these spirit stones. After all, having 50 or even 100 million spirit stones in one's own storage bag is incredibly reassuring. Instead of using it to set up a large teleportation array just for convenience, it would be better to buy more pills to improve one's cultivation. Even without using a large teleportation array, with the strength of the nascent soul realm, one can traverse the desolate ruins and safely reach the eastern land. The connection with the teleportation array of the Nine Heavens Immortal City will still take some time. After receiving the final payment, Zhang Pankong nodded slightly. Compared to building a new large teleportation array, connecting with the old one would be more troublesome. Moreover, the array restrictions of the Nine Heavens Immortal City were personally set up by the nascent soul true monarch, and the teleportation array connection needs to take this into account, and even the cooperation of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect is required. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you, fellow Taoist. Chen Mobai said some nice things. Yi Qing has already given instructions. I will coordinate this matter after I get there. Zhang Pankong spoke up, saying that with his status as the Taoist master of the void, plus Yi Qing's influence, the progress of this matter was already very fast. If it were any other nascent soul sect, it would be unthinkable. Nine Heavens Immortal City would definitely not agree. Even so, Chen Mobai still waited 2 months before the large teleportation array at Mingjing Mountain was officially connected to the eastern land. After the teleportation array was fully connected, Yi Qing and Zhang Pankong were also teleported to Baiyuan City. Chen Mobai personally hosted the guests and expressed his gratitude for the occasion. He took out a ripe 4th-tier immortal peach and a spirit wine brewed from the immortal peach. These are all natural and will not have any adverse effects on cultivation, so Yi Qing and the other person gladly tasted them. For nascent soul cultivators, these 4th-tier immortal peaches can save them 1 or 2 years of time spent meditating and cultivating true qi, so they are considered quite good spiritual fruits. Seeing Yi Qing and the other person take the immortal peach for granted after tasting it, Chen Mobai sighed inwardly. As expected of the Tao child of the Holy Land, only someone like him, a country bumpkin from the eastern wilderness, would find these things precious. In fact, Chen Mobai did have things that could amaze the two of them, such as the Enlightenment tea. Although he only had 3rd-grade Enlightenment tea, it was enough to allow a nascent soul cultivator to enter a state of enlightenment for a few minutes. However, in the Tian realm, he always kept his wealth hidden and acted cautiously. Even though he considered these two Taoists before him to be rare and virtuous individuals in this world, based on their interactions over the past period, He did not want them to know about the existence of the Enlightenment tea. After all, the locals hadn't left a good impression on him. If Yi Qing and the others inadvertently revealed this to their acquaintances, cultivators from the two holy lands might come begging for the Enlightenment tea. In that case, Chen Mo wouldn't know whether to give it to them or not. Sect leader Chen, you can come to Nine Heaven's immortal city when you have time. When my master comes out of seclusion, I can take you to Tongshan Peak to meet him. When Yi Qing left, she said something that made Chen Mobai's heart skip a beat. He pretended to be surprised and nodded repeatedly. Definitely, definitely. However, he made up his mind that he would never set foot in the Nine Heavens immortal city again. After the large teleportation array completely connected the three regions of the Eastern Wilderness, Eastern Barbarians and Eastern Land, many cultivators from the Five Elements sect applied to go to the Eastern Land to broaden their horizons, with Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi leading the way. They had spent their entire lives in the borderlands of the Eastern continent. From the moment they entered the Five Elements sect, they grew up listening to the stories of the Eastern Land told by the primordial ancestor and had long yearned for it. Sheng Jiaxi's departure was not a big deal, but Nujiang bore the important responsibility of guarding Fengyuwu, so he would definitely have to apply to Chen Mobai before leaving. However, Nujiang did not make things difficult for Chen Mobai. Before coming, he had already discussed it with Fu Zhangju and asked the latter to help guard the area for a period of time. Chen Mobai naturally agreed. To avoid any accidents, he also ordered Ning Leshan of the Jinmai to go to Fengyuwu. After seeing off Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi, many of the remaining core formation cultivators of the Five Elements sect also wanted to go to the Eastern Lands to broaden their horizons. Chen Mobai directly entrusted this matter to Yi Yun, asking him to arrange the order of travel to avoid the Five Elements sect cultivators flooding into the Eastern Land all at once, leaving the interior empty. According to his instructions, a maximum of 2 core formation cultivators should travel together. After Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi return, 2 more people will be sent out to fill the gaps. With his orders, Yi Yun was able to make arrangements with ease. Time flies, and half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Mobai and Qing Nu have finally completed the first draft of the basic teaching materials for the 6 major academies' techniques, alchemy, weaponry, and arrays. The next step is to continuously verify them in teaching. Jiang Zhengheng went into seclusion, Ding Ying went to the Golden Light Academy, and Lion Maozhai is now in charge of the Longevity Academy. Initially, Lion Maozhai was simply envious of Jiang Zhengheng being taken as a disciple by Chen Mobai, so he wanted to follow suit and devote himself to education. However, over the decades, he has come to truly enjoy teaching and nurturing students, finding a unique sense of satisfaction in watching them grow under his guidance and join the sect. After receiving the basic textbooks for the 4 subjects from Chen Mobai, he immediately realized their value and became very excited. This is just a first draft. The heads of the other 5 academies will be here later. Starting next year, you will teach according to the content in these textbooks. Besides the Longevity Academy, the other 5 academies, under Chen Mobai's supervision, have all been completed and have begun small-scale pilot programs, recruiting students and disciples. It is said that the spots in the 5 great academies are extremely valuable, and many cultivation families try every means to squeeze their disciples into them. In response, the Five Elements sect, having passed the stage of blind expansion, began to strive for excellence. The entrance exam questions were even set by Chen Mobai himself. Besides the 5 major academies, there are also many of the 5 supporting immortal cities under construction. The fastest are naturally the Hunyuan Immortal City of the Earth Vein and the Shenmu Immortal City of the Wood Vein. These 2 have their original frameworks, and Chen Mobai did not make any major changes. He simply added a lot of infrastructure to the original plans. The remaining 3 cities, Huazhen, Yunmeng, and Jingguang, will likely require another 3 to 4 years to be fully completed. The main problem is that we need to upgrade the spiritual veins and set up a new grand formation. The only shortcoming of the Five Elements sect is that it does not have a fourth-tier formation master. Yun originally planned to ask the people from Kongseng Valley for help. However, Chen Mobai rejected it. Formations are a sect's most crucial trump card. He would never feel at ease if every fourth-order formation in the eastern wilderness had to be set up by outsiders. Chen Mobai also had two options regarding this issue. First, we will provide strong support to the Foundation establishment cultivators in the sect's array department, such as Yi Shaoqing and others. As long as they cultivate to the peak of Foundation establishment, they will be given priority in receiving core formation elixirs. Secondly, he worked hard and began to diligently cultivate the devouring god technique, hoping to master the next level of the Phoenix Rising Sun diagram, the Earth Spirit realm, in the shortest possible time. In that case, he could directly upgrade to become a top-tier formation master. Sect leader, I have some questions about this content. By this time, Lion Maojai had read through the entire textbook and pointed out the parts he didn't understand. Chen Mobai also gave a gentle reply. While the two were talking, Ding Ying, Tan Rong, and the other 5 heads of the academies also arrived in Baiyuan City via the teleportation array. After Chen Mobai and the others finished reading the textbook, he and Kingnu taught them for a few days. The heads of the 6 academies all listened very carefully. Chen Mobai's reputation as a great and virtuous teacher was known throughout the eastern wilderness, and they took this opportunity to raise some questions about their own cultivation. Chen Mobai answered each of them in turn. 1 year from now, each of you will write a reflection on this new textbook. After finishing his lecture, Chen Mobai made a request to the 6 people. Knowledge needs to be constantly updated. Although the main framework of the textbook he and Qing Nu compiled far surpasses this world, much of the knowledge content is taken from the Tian realm. If it is to be perfected, it will need several versions to delete, add, and modify. The reason we didn't directly copy the teaching materials from the immortal sect is mainly because the knowledge from the immortal sect, especially in terms of fundamentals, far surpasses that of here by several levels. If it were to spread to the eastern lands and be seen by the people of the Holy Lands, they would definitely be able to detect something amiss. This cannot be fooled by the longevity sect. After all, the longevity sect is much older, and its understanding of basic first-order knowledge may not be as good as that of the current Tian realm. Yes, sect leader. After Lion Maojai and the others left, Chen Mobai said something to Qing Nu and then returned to the immortal sect. End of this chapter. Chapter 880, the 7 Great Heavenly Books. Chapter 880, the 7 Great Heavenly Books. After returning to the immortal sect, Chen Mobai first made a phone call to Master Yu Yi. I made an appointment with her to go and see the Dao Law Heavenly Book. Master Yu Yi, then we will respectfully await the arrival of Master Chen Yang. After ending the call, Chen Mobai announced that he was out of seclusion. The first person he saw was naturally Shi Wanyu, the mother of his child, who was overjoyed to see Chen Mobai. The couple chatted for a while, expressing their longing for each other. A short while later, Hua Zijing, who had received the news first, arrived. As soon as she arrived, Chen Mobai heard some good news. Zhuang Jialan has successfully formed her core and is currently consolidating her cultivation. She should be able to start working around the beginning of next year. Tell Jialan not to rush. Consolidation is very important. Chen Mobai always cared deeply about the people under his command, and as he spoke, he couldn't help but think of Meng Huanger. In the blink of an eye, he had already connected with the formless puppet on Dangxia Mountain. They discovered that Meng Huanger was still refining her liquid spiritual energy and had not yet taken any pills. This is clearly a sign of a lack of self-confidence. Chen Mobai shook his head inwardly. At this moment, Wang Shui and the other members of the dance weapon lineage also arrived. The 3 main halls are now in a tripartite balance of power. The 3 lineages of Bushan, Wuqi, and Kunpeng each hold power in one of their respective palaces, while Jumeng is subordinate to Wuqi. All 3 act within their own territories with a strong sense of boundaries. It was precisely because of this that Chen Mobai was able to go into seclusion with peace of mind. The three main halls are now focusing their attention on the Boundary Gate Administration Bureau. In another 5 years, they will be able to use the Boundary Gate to send cultivators from the immortal sect to another world. Nanggong Xuanyu has been confirmed as the leader by ancestor Kaingsing, but the number of people remaining is still uncertain. This is where the three forces are vying for power. Going to another world is definitely very dangerous, but according to the rules of the immortal sects, they will offer something very precious as compensation. For example, if a cultivator who has reached the peak of core formation has returned safely, the immortal sect promises to provide one of the three spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation. If a foundation establishment cultivator wants to go, the condition is that they need a core formation elixir. Although the promise can only be fulfilled upon return, such a condition only applies when war is initiated. Even so, not many people want to go. After all, the immortal sects are used to peace, and being able to live a peaceful life is already very satisfying for them. This condition is basically prepared for those who have even greater ambitions. Because the resources of the immortal sect are limited, it is necessary to select from those who have signed up. This selection process is the current negotiation and power struggle among the three major halls and three forces. Wang Shui told Chen Mobai about the preliminary results he had negotiated. In addition to Nanggong Xuanyu, there are 10 spots for core formation cultivators and 30 spots for foundation establishment cultivators at the peak of their cultivation. Among them, those belonging to their weapon-wielding lineage include 3 core formation cultivators and 8 foundation establishment cultivators, which is considered the average. The same goes for Bushan and Kunpeng. Jumeng has the fewest, with only 1 core formation cultivator and 6 foundation establishment cultivators. However, Pei Qingshuang is quite satisfied with this, considering that her strength is limited and she is already quite good with these achievements. Of these spots, the 4 lineages also need to symbolically allocate 1 or 2 more to the lower-level academies or even universities. Chen Mobai looked at the list handed over by Wang Shui and had no objections, nodding in agreement. That's the advantage of having many talented people under you. You only need to make the final decision. I'll be going to the Heavenly Book Academy in a few days. It might take some time for me to comprehend the Heavenly Book. I'll leave the Wangwu Cave Heaven in your care. Hearing that Chen Mobai, who had just emerged from seclusion, was going to study the Heavenly Book again, Wang Shui and the others secretly admired him. They thought to themselves that it was no wonder that the master had achieved so much at such a young age. His talent was better than theirs, and he worked harder than them. It was only natural that such a person would succeed. Fortunately, it was their leader. If it were an opponent, seeing Chen Mobai's relentless pursuit of progress would probably have made them anxious. After seeing off Wang Shui and the others, Shi Wanyu personally prepared a sumptuous dinner. Chen Ziohe, who had just returned from get-off work, was also very happy to see Chen Mobai emerging from seclusion. The next day, Chen Mobai traveled to the Heavenly Book Academy by private jet. The Heavenly Book Academy is located in Wangwu Cave Heaven. Its status in the eyes of the talisman makers of the immortal sect is similar to that of the weapon-making academy for weapon refiners. When he was a child, Chen Mobai dreamed of becoming an outstanding talisman maker and regarded the Heavenly Book Academy as his goal. Unfortunately, his college entrance examination results were too outstanding, so he could only go to the Dance Weapon Academy. Afterwards, for the sake of the Taoist Academy, he gave up his personal hobby of making talismans and focused on improving his cultivation level. Otherwise, he would probably have come to the Heavenly Book Academy for further study. When Chen Mobai landed at Wangwu Cave Airport, he found that the people who came to greet him were actually his acquaintances. Song Zheng was my classmate at the 5th High School of the Immortal Sect. Haha, Lao Song, I didn't expect it to be you. Long time no see. Chen Mobai walked up to Song Zheng with a loud laugh, patted him on the shoulder, and the latter, who had been a little awkward, immediately relaxed. I have met Master Chen Yang. The principal sent me to pick you up. Song Zheng began to speak, saying that he enrolled in the Heavenly Book Academy after graduating from high school, but unfortunately, he failed to achieve foundation establishment during his university years. He later married Mo Simon, who was exempted from military service and stayed in Dangxia City, while Song Zheng, yearning for foundation establishment, enlisted in the army. His talent was quite good. After 10 years of training in the military, he finally succeeded in establishing his foundation on his second attempt. After retiring from the military, considering his children's future, he brought Mo Simon and his daughter to Yu Cave. Song Zheng is now a teacher at the Heavenly Book Academy. Perhaps due to his age, he often boasts to his colleagues in the office that Chen Mobai is his high school classmate and that the two are very close. Therefore, the task of picking up Chen Mobai at the airport was assigned to him this time. When Song Zheng first met Chen Mobai, he was a little reserved, but after a few words, he realized that Chen Mobai hadn't changed and still treated him as a friend. Song Zheng's anxiety disappeared, and he began to feel more at ease. The two were naturally talking about their fulfilling yet intense college entrance exam period during high school. Chen Mobai asked about Mo Simon, who also had a deep impression of the class monitor, since she always came along as a third wheel when he and Yan Bingxuan ate together. Song Zheng spoke tenderly about his lover, Mo Simon, who now runs a clothing store in Yu Cave, fulfilling her childhood dream. Their daughter, Song Sissy, has grown up and inherited her parents' genes. She possesses considerable talent and successfully gained admission to the Heavenly Book Academy. During her university years, she successfully achieved foundation establishment. After graduation, she worked hard several times and passed the civil service exam. Currently, she works at the Talisman Makers Association while waiting for a transfer to a vacancy in the Immortal sect. Time flies. Chen Mobai was deeply moved after hearing this. When they graduated from university, a group of them gathered in Dangxia City. At that time, Mo Simon was heavily pregnant. Now, in the blink of an eye, her daughter is already in her 60s or 70s. As they talked, the two arrived at the Heavenly Book Academy. Located in a secluded valley, surrounded by lush vegetation, the Academy's grand gate is inscribed with the words Heavenly Scripture, giving it an exceptionally solemn appearance. Master Yu was actually waiting for Chen Mobai at the door, and the latter immediately went over to greet him. As soon as the two nascent soul cultivators met, many people nearby immediately raised their phones and started filming. Chen Mobai discovered that there were also quite a few media reporters present. Upon inquiry, it was learned that he was from Yu Cave Heaven. His arrival as the deputy hall master of the Zhengfa Hall was undoubtedly a major event and would certainly be reported extensively. Master Yu was already used to this. Every time a nascent soul cultivator came to view the Heavenly Book, it was big news here and even in the Immortal sect. Chen Mobai nodded, and then followed Master Yu toward the Heavenly Book Pavilion. That place is also the core of the Heavenly Book Academy. In addition to the 7 heavenly books on the top floor, there are many ancient documents and original manuscripts of outstanding talisman masters from the immortal sects. Chen Mobai even discovered the first manuscript of the Heavenly Heart Sword Talisman and couldn't help but stop and examine it carefully. Master Yu didn't disturb him. He waited until the man finished reading before asking him questions. After learning about the connection between Chen Mobai and the Heavenly Heart Sword Talisman, he suddenly realized what had happened. The 7 heavenly books are located above. After browsing through the manuscripts and ancient talismans at the bottom of the Heavenly Book Pavilion, the two headed to the simply furnished top floor. At this point, the media and the teachers from the Heavenly Book Academy dared not follow them. Chen Mobai followed Master Yu to the highest pavilion, where he immediately discovered 7 ancient and exquisite celestial books stored inside a transparent glass case. These are the 7 most precious celestial books of the Immortal sect. The celestial books are of various colors, and when combined, they form a complete 7-color symphony. Led by Master Yu, Chen Mobai soon arrived at a blue jade book. Clearly, this is the Taoist laws and heavenly book. Master Yu reached out and drew a talisman in the air. Soon, pure true energy condensed into a brilliant character at his fingertips. Chen Mobai carefully sensed it and found that it was actually a fifth-level talisman, as expected of a fifth-tier talisman maker from the immortal sect. Master Yu Yi's fingertip talisman landed on the glass cover of the Tao Law Heavenly Book, and soon an invisible and vast restriction on it was opened. Then she reached out and opened the cover, took out the Heavenly Book, and handed it to Chen Mobai, who immediately accepted it with both hands. You should study it carefully. The other 6 heavenly books also have powerful restrictions. Don't touch them unless necessary. After saying this, Master Yu Yi left. Chen Mobai escorted her to the door. After confirming that her aura had left the Heavenly Book Pavilion, he did not immediately begin to study the Tao Law Heavenly Book, but instead went to the other 6 heavenly books, the 7 great heavenly books of the immortal sect. Each and every one of them came into his view. Universe, Purple and Green, Phoenix Seal, Tao Law, Taiyuan, Birth and Death, Mahayana. End of this chapter. Chapter 882, The Heavenly Book of Tao Laws, bonus chapter for 23,000 monthly tickets. Chapter 882, The Heavenly Book of Tao Laws, bonus chapter for 23,000 monthly tickets. Chen Mobai stood before the Heavenly Book, his gaze filled with awe. Many of the myriad methods of the immortal sects originate from these 7 heavenly books. For example, some of the essential meanings of the 6 imperial scriptures are supplemented by the 3 celestial books, the universe, the primordial origin, and the birth and death. The Jade Purity scripture was comprehended by the Guangju True Lord of the Patching Heaven lineage from the Taiyuan Heavenly Book. Originally, he had no hope of becoming a deity, but he found the most suitable path for himself in the Heavenly Book, and in one moment of enlightenment, he cultivated his primordial spirit. The everlasting spring skill of Jumeng Taoist Temple is also related to the 2 heavenly books, Purple and Green, and Life and Death. The phoenix facing the sun painting at Wuki Daoyuan originated from the Phoenix Seal, heavenly script. The 7 great heavenly books of the immortal sect each contain incredible Tao principles. It is said that anyone who comprehends even one of them can achieve divine transformation and attain the Tao. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai's gaze fell on the last Mahayana heavenly book. This is the only celestial book in the thousands of years of the immortal sects that no one has been able to comprehend. However, the 5 patriarchs of the immortal sect left behind a message, saying that only by thoroughly understanding the other 6 heavenly books could one unravel the mysteries of this Mahayana heavenly book. I don't know if I'll ever have that chance in my lifetime. With this in mind, Chen Mobai first arrived in front of the Phoenix Seal heavenly book. Although it cannot be touched, through the glass cover, one can see that it is a crimson jade book with a phoenix alighting on a parasol tree. Every stroke is vivid and lifelike, as if a living phoenix spirit is flying on the page. Chen Mobai closed his eyes, but unfortunately, even the sound of the empty valley could not break through the restrictions on the heavenly book, and he could not hear any fluctuations. Next, he went to the Purple and Green heavenly book. This celestial book has already been deciphered by Qing Shi and Qing Jing, and Chen Mobai has also taken advantage of the opportunity of hearing the Tao through his immortal spiritual root to fully comprehend it. I just don't know if the version deciphered by the 2 masters is different from the original Great Tao recorded in the Purple and Green heavenly book. After reading the 2 books related to himself, Chen Mobai then looked through the remaining 4 books before going to the desk by the window in the corner of the attic. There is also a chair here, which Master Yu said was prepared for those of them who are studying the heavenly book. After Chen Mobai sat down, he immediately felt refreshed and his mind became more active. After a careful inspection, it was discovered that the chair was made of ordinary material, but the bottom was engraved with a talisman that could help with meditation and enlightenment. When a person sat on it, it would automatically transform into the most suitable pure spiritual energy according to the cultivator's aura and spiritual power. This technique alone is enough to show that it is a 5th-tier talisman. Chen Mobai couldn't help but marvel at the talisman-making skills of the Heavenly Book Academy. If this chair were placed in the Heavenly River realm, Even nascent soul cultivators from holy lands would probably come and fight over it. Chen Mobai adjusted his posture, and after confirming that the talisman was most effective for him, he gently placed the heavenly book in his hand on the table. The cover of the Tao Law Heavenly Book was dark blue, yet it had light blue lines, resembling an incredibly intricate talisman or a jumble of disordered lines. After looking at it for a few more times, Chen Mobai felt his consciousness become slightly dizzy. He stopped immediately, calmed his danshan, and opened the first page of the Heavenly Book. The Tao Law Heavenly Book has no words, only patterns composed of different lines. Chen Mobai was about to carefully memorize it when he discovered that several lines had changed in the next moment. With each change, the underlying principles and mysteries also underwent subtle changes. Chen Mobai was aware of his own level of comprehension and did not force himself to comprehend it. He turned to the second page, which showed another pattern composed of different lines, also changing from moment to moment. Then the third page, the fourth page. After reading all 49 pages of the Tao Law Heavenly Book, Chen Mobai closed his eyes and began to recall what he had seen. Half a day later, he opened his eyes. Given his level of understanding, he definitely wouldn't be able to figure anything out. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and brewed a pot of third-level enlightenment tea. Unfortunately, even if he could comprehend the infinitely changing heavenly book for a while, he could not fully understand all the principles and laws within it. However, Chen Mobai was not discouraged. He activated his heaven and earth all beings crown and entered the realm of the square-inch book. Before this, he had already downloaded all the papers and books related to the Tao Law Heavenly Book from the Immortal Sect National Library. The Tao Law Heavenly Book concerns rules and regulations, and it is also the easiest path to nascent soul in the Immortal Sect. Therefore, the most cultivators come to the Heavenly Book Academy to study and comprehend it. Basically, all three major hall masters of each generation have visited. These people are undoubtedly the most outstanding geniuses in the history of the Immortal Sect. Even if they couldn't fully comprehend the Taoist laws in the Heavenly Book, they each had their own insights. In accordance with the customs of the Immortal Sects, they naturally recorded all of this for future generations to refer to. The two most accomplished among them were Taiyuan and Xuanwu, both of whom had refined the rules. These papers can only be downloaded by nascent soul cultivators, and Chen Mobai happens to be qualified. The other cultivators in the Immortal Sect, who studied the Tao Law Heavenly Book, mainly focused on the papers of the two nascent soul true monarchs, because their content essentially encompassed the essence of everyone else's work. However, Chen Mobai did not distinguish between good and bad. He downloaded all the Tao Law Heavenly Books and memorized them in the heavenly calculation beads. With the integration of the small book, he quickly discovered the mystery of the first pattern he saw. He opened the first page of the Tao Law Heavenly Book again, activated his inner observation, and gradually became immersed in comprehending the book. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Chen Mobai had once again finished reading all 49 pages of the Tao Law Heavenly Book. He closed his eyes, and the Fangkun book was now operating at its maximum potential. The understanding and comprehension of the Tao Law Heavenly Book by all cultivators of the Immortal Sect over thousands of years transformed into sparks of wisdom within his purple mansion sea of consciousness, refining and eliminating the dross. Gradually, all the light blue lines of the heavenly book that Chen Mobai saw began to overlap, outlining the prototype of a dark blue Tao fruit. This is the result of the laws of the Tao. The moment the Tao fruit appeared, Chen Mobai suddenly understood. The lines on the Tao Law Heavenly Book represent the various laws governing the existence of a world. However, because the world and all living beings are constantly changing, the lines also change every moment. Rules are a concrete manifestation of the laws of the Great Tao, transforming the laws of the Tao from an unobservable state into a formula that cultivators can manipulate and comprehend. It is precisely for this reason that the transformation of spirits into gods, which is formed by rules, has its flaws. It can only achieve the Tao fruit by relying on the beings of heaven and earth born from these rules. If a cultivator could directly comprehend the true laws of the Tao, instead of refining these rules that imitate the laws of the Tao, then they could get rid of this defect and constraint. As long as there is a world covered by the laws of the great Tao, they could possess the power of the nascent soul stage. Even if Chen Mobai understood this, he still couldn't do it. Even a nascent soul true Lord cannot comprehend the true laws of the great Tao. Chen Mobai slowly opened his eyes, his gaze flashing with lines that were invisible to the naked eye. This is a line hanging down from his crown of heaven, earth, and all living beings. After reading the Tao Law Heavenly Book, although he could not truly comprehend the laws of the great Tao, he was already very familiar with the rules of cultivation in the immortal sects. The white jade crown on Chen Mobai's head began to operate in his mind. The threads that were originally wrapped around it flipped upwards and pasted on the lines of the illusory Tao Law fruit that he had drawn in his small book. Since the five-element sect unified the eastern wilderness, Chen Mobai, as the sect leader, has actually been in contact with all the people of the eastern wilderness, so the number of his connections has reached tens of millions. Even with so many lines, they still seem sparse compared to the lines that make up the fruit of Tao Law. However, this time, his study of the Tao Law Heavenly Book proved that Chen Mobai's idea was feasible. As long as he continues to govern the eastern wilderness, more and more lines will emerge, forming new rules and establishing a path to deity transformation that can be passed down in the eastern wilderness. In the local terminology of the heavenly river realm, it is a Tao fruit. It's unclear how much time passed, but Chen Mobai manipulated all the lines on the white jade crown, covering 1/10 of the illusory Tao Law fruit. From a distance, it looks like a flawed bluish-green pearl inlaid on a white jade crown. Just as Chen Mobai was about to activate his Tao Law fruit, the incomplete pearl suddenly shattered and disintegrated into tens of millions of threads. Seeing this, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He then attempted once again to outline the fruit of the Tao with his own lines. But the result was still the same. It could be implemented, but it seemed to have an unstable foundation. Once it was put into operation, it would collapse back into a line. After 2 consecutive failures, Chen Mobai reopened the Tao Law Heavenly Book, which had been closed. He once again entered the state of the book, and the power of the crown of heaven and earth was activated to its fullest extent. He didn't know how much time had passed before he finally found a possible explanation. As the old ancestor of the stars once said, the Tao Law fruit of the immortal sect originated from a seed of Tao Law brought by the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect. It was only after being nurtured by the civilization of the earthly star that it became the rules. If Chen Mobai's Tao Law fruit is to take shape, does it also need a seed? Then let the civilization of the eastern wilderness nurture and cultivate this seed of Tao Law, forming new rules that are perfectly compatible with that place in the eastern wilderness. So where do we find a seed? After pondering for a moment, Chen Mobai quickly found the answer in Taiyuan Zhenjun's paper. The rules of the immortal sect have already become a fully formed fruit of Tao laws. Using a secret method, a new seed of Tao Law can be separated from this fruit of Tao Law. The Tao Law seed that the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect brought back was a division of the Tao Law fruit from their previous Taoist temple. However, for a seed to mature, the civilization and laws it contains must be consistent with the Taoist principles that led to its origin. Upon reflection, Chen Mobai immediately felt that this was heaven's will to train him in discipline in the eastern wilderness. Because he originally intended to transform the eastern wilderness into a minor immortal sect. End of this chapter. Chapter 883, Viewing the Heavenly Book. Chapter 883, Viewing the Heavenly Book. After comprehending the Tao Law Heavenly Book, Chen Mobai sat quietly for a while, pondering how to cultivate rules in the eastern wilderness. The rules of the immortal sect have always been kept by the nascent soul true monarch. If Chen Mobai wants the Tao Law seed, he can only go to the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain to find the star-piercing ancestor. But given his cautious nature, he certainly wouldn't do that. After all, within the immortal sects, he was known as having the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator. Even Yishangren felt that it was a waste of his talent for him to refine the rules. Moreover, he is only at the first level of the nascent soul realm. Refining the rules is a path that only those who have been stuck at the nascent soul realm for hundreds of years and can no longer advance would attempt. According to the procedures of the immortal sect, Chen Mobai must at least become one of the 3 palace masters before he can legitimately raise this matter with ancestor Kaingsing. Let's focus on cultivating the humanistic civilization of the small immortal sects in the eastern wilderness first. After all, even if we obtain the Tao Law seed, we won't be able to refine the rules if our cultivation level is insufficient. With his thoughts clear, Chen Mobai put down the Tao Law heavenly book in his hand. Before long, Master Yu Yi arrived after receiving his message. She asked with some curiosity, "Master Chunyang, have you comprehended it so quickly?" After listening, Chen Mobai nodded with some understanding. "It's probably because I love the immortal sect, serve the people wholeheartedly, take it as my responsibility to protect the people's safety and maintain social justice, and dedicate myself selflessly. Therefore, I am very compatible with this Tao Law heavenly book and comprehend it very quickly." Upon hearing this, Master Yu's delicate eyes widened in disbelief. She didn't believe such a person existed, but the fact that Chen Mobai, a nascent soul cultivator, claimed to have comprehended the Tao Law heavenly book made it impossible for her to disbelieve him. "You've grasped it." Chen Mobai nodded with a slightly reserved air. It was a pity that his comprehension of the Tao Law heavenly book did not improve his cultivation level, so he could not actually demonstrate it to Master Yu Yi. "I need to report this matter to Ancestor Kaingsing. He said that if someone comprehends the Tao Law heavenly book, it must be in perfect harmony with the rules, and it is very likely that they can refine the Tao Law fruit." When Master Yu Yi said this, Chen Mobai immediately became worried. He's used to showing off his talent in the immortal sects, but this time he seems to have gone a little too far. However, since it was an order from the star-piercing ancestor, he had no way to stop it. "Actually, this is a minor matter. I've only just formed my nascent soul a few years ago. Even if I were to refine the rules, it would still be a long way off." Chen Mobai subtly expressed his thoughts, but Yishengren had already taken out his phone and sent a text message. "Old Master is probably playing games right now. He should call back after he finishes playing." Master Yu Yi dared not presume to call Ancestor Kaingsing, so he first described the matter in writing. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai said nothing more. He was already thinking about how to find an excuse when he met with Ancestor Kaingsing. However, Ancestor Kaingsing must have known all along that you are very compatible with the rules. Otherwise, he would not have specifically asked you to read this Tao Law heavenly book. While waiting for the star-piercing ancestor's response, Master Yu Yi took the initiative to speak. Chen Mobai had mentioned this matter when he was at the Dance Weapon Academy, and she had actually taken it seriously. "Not at all, I've only grasped a little of the mysteries of the rules. By the way, may I request to read the other 6 heavenly books now?" After Chen Mobai used the square-inch book to comprehend the Tao Law heavenly book, he also became interested in the other 6 heavenly books. Thinking that if he could comprehend it, he might be able to directly reach the nascent soul level and attain the divine transformation realm. "It's not impossible as long as you have enough points. Do you still have 600 million points?" After hearing this, Master Yu asked a question. "I should still have over 1 billion. Chen Mobai nodded and said a number that slightly surprised Yishengren. Over the years, Chen Mobai has actively used all the merits he has earned to buy void blind boxes. One blind box can provide him with 100 million points. Although he has used a lot to download Yuan Yang Sword Manual and other books, it is still no problem for him to read all 7 heavenly books. Read all 6 other books, should we wait a bit? At this moment, Master Yu Yi offered a word of advice. It wasn't that she thought Chen Mobai was wasting his points, but rather that reading the heavenly book was extremely taxing on his mind. She advised Chen Mobai that he could come and read 2 books every year and there was no need to rush. Let's wait and see. We don't know when Ancestor Kaingsing will finish fighting. Chen Mobai spoke up, saying that all the nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sects knew that when Ancestor Kaingsing started playing games, he didn't distinguish between day and night, and sometimes it might not end for several years. Since Master Yu has reported the matter, the two of them will definitely have to wait for his summons. During this period, you need to find something to do to pass the time. All right, you can apply first, and I'll unlock the restrictions for you one by one. When Master Yu heard what he said, he could only nod in agreement. The main problem was that she needed to expend a lot of true energy to cast 5th-tier talismans, and she couldn't handle opening 7 heavenly books in a short period of time. In front of her, Chen Mobai applied for the right to read the other 6 heavenly books. Then, following his instructions, Master Yu first opened the restrictions on the purple and green heavenly book. Master Chen Yang, please take your time to comprehend it. Call me when you want to read the next book. As Master Yu spoke, she concealed her weakness. The true energy she had consumed when she opened the Tao Law heavenly book had not fully recovered. When she opened the purple and green heavenly book again, she felt that her nascent soul had shrunk. Chen Mobai politely saw Master Yu off, then took the purple and green heavenly book to the windowsill, and continued reading it in the same posture he had used when comprehending the Tao Law heavenly book. The cover of the purple and green heavenly book features a Tai Kai symbol, clearly representing the 2 opposing forces of yin and yang. Chen Mobai nodded slightly, then unfolded the first page, and sure enough it was another pattern, seemingly a chaotic mess. He looked at it carefully for a long time, then wiped the sweat from his forehead. Why can't I understand this? He had already thoroughly comprehended the purple-green demon refining heavenly book translated by the 2 venerables, Qing Shi and Qing Jing. Even if the original heavenly book was obscure and difficult to understand, he should at least be able to understand most of it. Perhaps the first page was too difficult. With this in mind, Chen Mobai entered the state of the book, but found that even this could not help him understand it. That doesn't make sense. They've even comprehended the Tao Law heavenly book, so could the purple and green heavenly book be of an even higher level? Chen Mobai calmed himself down and turned to the second page, which showed a pattern of purple and blue intertwined in a vortex. He finally understood. This was the gathering of yin and yang energies. On the third page, the qi of yin and yang is refined into the pure and spiritual purple qi of the 9 heavens. As he read on, Chen Mobai finally reached the 6th page and could no longer understand anything. But by this point, he no longer cared. Because what he could understand represented the insights of Qing Shi and Qing Jing Shangren, and it was correct. As for those parts that weren't understood, it means that even the 2 masters didn't understand them. If even they couldn't understand them, it's understandable that Chen Mobai couldn't comprehend them either. Thinking this way, Chen Mobai flipped through the last 3 pages, memorized the patterns, brewed a cup of enlightenment tea, and started flipping through the pages again from the beginning. However, it is clear that the effects of this 3rd-tier enlightenment tea on the heavenly book are almost negligible. Perhaps the genuine enlightenment tea brewed with the leaves of a 6th-tier Chinese tun tree might be useful. Given Chen Mobai's current status, the Jumeng Academy should be willing to give him that favor by providing him with a pot of it. However, the enlightenment tea is most effective the first time it is taken. Chen Mobai had already drunk it when he was building his foundation, so the effect would be less effective the second time. He wasn't disappointed, because if he hadn't drunk that enlightenment tea during his foundation establishment stage, he certainly wouldn't have achieved what he has now. Afterwards, Chen Mobai entered the state of the square-inch book again and read through all 9 pages of the purple and green heavenly book. Unfortunately, he could only understand the few pages translated by the 2 masters, Qing Shi and Qing Jing. He didn't try to comprehend it by force. After closing the heavenly book, he immediately called Master Yu Yi and asked her to come over and open the restrictions on the Phoenix Seal heavenly book. When Chen Mobai received the Phoenix Seal heavenly book, he didn't notice that Master Yu's face had turned slightly pale. All his attention was focused on the phoenix perching on the wudong tree picture on the cover. This Phoenix Seal Heavenly Book only has 7 pages left. The cover represents the foundation of the phoenix facing the sun painting, the phoenix perched on the parasol tree. The next 6 pages are about eating with quality, drinking with etiquette, communicating with the heavens and responding to the earth's spirit, regulating the 5 tones, and observing the 9 virtues. Clearly, the sages of the Dan Ding sect have already comprehended 90% of this heavenly book, leaving only the last page blank, without an answer yet. Chen Mobai didn't bother with it. After all, this was something that even the ancient sages couldn't understand. After reading it through once with the Fangkun book, he frankly put it down. Then he called Yu Yisheng again. Master Chun Yang, my true energy is quite depleted. Why don't you take a look at those 3 heavenly books in your hand while I recover? At this moment, Master Yu finally couldn't hold back any longer. If other nascent soul cultivators had come here, she would have been secretly cursing them for pretending to be ignorant and insisting on watching. But Chen Mobai is definitely not. This person has the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator. He finished reading the 2 heavenly books, Purple Green and Phoenix Seal, so quickly. He must have comprehended them just like the heavenly book of Tao laws. I definitely understood most of it. Therefore, Master Yu did not try to be strong and directly expressed his difficulties. The fact that she could cast 5th-tier talismans multiple times in a short period of time already showed how skilled she was at talisman making. However, no matter how skilled she was only at the nascent soul stage. If she were to break the restrictions of another heavenly book, she would probably damage her vital energy. Upon learning this, Chen Mobai immediately apologized. My bad, let me take another look at these 3 books. Chen Mobai originally thought that he would only be able to read these 3 heavenly books this time. But to my surprise, the star-piercing ancestor spent an unusually long time playing the game this time. He even spent the new year at the Heavenly Book Academy. Of course, during this time, Master Yu also recovered and unsealed all the heavenly books for him one by one. End of this chapter. Chapter 884, Comprehending the Great Void Shift. Chapter 884, Comprehending the Great Void Shift. During his 6 months at the Heavenly Book Academy, Chen Mobai read through all the heavenly books one by one. He couldn't understand any of the 3 books, Mahayana, Taiyuan, and Birth and Death. I understood most of the books Purple and Green and Phoenix Seal. The Tao laws have thoroughly understood the contents of rules and the fruits of the Tao laws, and have made it clear how to transform the spirit through rules. And the last book, The Universe, was one he understood quite a bit of, which surprised him. The Book of the Universe records the great Tao of the Void. It is said that after comprehending this book, one can completely master the Gate of Realms, a 6th-order supreme treasure. Chen Mobai guessed that it might be because he had spent a long time with Gui Bao, and his avatar had refined a lot of void stones, which were then fed back into his main body, making him a kind of half-void spirit. While studying the 4th page of the Universal Book, Chen Mobai suddenly understood all the mysteries of the Great Void Shift. Was it really that simple? He stood up in disbelief, his divine sense surging forth in an instant, pinpointing the furthest distance he could perceive. This distance was more than 3 times the maximum range he could travel through the void. But Chen Mobai felt that he could easily teleport his body there with just a thought. A strong impulse surged within him, but fortunately he remained very calm and restrained himself. After all, he knew that without the everlasting spring technique or the 5th-order body tempering technique, taking this step would be tantamount to suicide. My skill level is still too low. Although I've learned it, I don't dare to use it. As Chen Mobai was filled with emotion, he turned to the 5th page of the Universal Book and discovered that he could actually understand it. Could it be that I truly possess exceptional talent on the great Tao of the Void? Amidst his doubts, Chen Mobai immediately concentrated his mind, entered the realm of the square-inch book, and began to comprehend it. Half a day later, he turned to the 6th page with a look of surprise. But at this time, the great Tao recorded in the heavenly book was too profound for him, and he finally began to not understand it. However, he was already very happy that he could understand 6 pages. In particular, the 6th page records a method to avoid the backlash of the power of the void, called void substitute. For example, if Chen Mobai wanted to perform the void shift at his current level, he would have to wait until his body tempering technique reached the 5th level. However, this page records that he could use other 5th-level natal items as substitutes to bear the cost of the void shift. For other nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect, even if they comprehend this page, it will be of no use, because they simply don't possess any 5th-tier innate items. But Chen Mobai not only has one, but also more than one. Under the Cantong Qi, all his magical artifacts can be his natal artifacts. He was already thinking about whether the purple lightning sword or the heavenly origin pearl would be more suitable. If other nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect knew about this happy dilemma, they would probably be green with envy. Chen Mobai quickly decided to use the purple lightning sword, because he will definitely use the void shift frequently in the immortal sect in the future, and the heavenly origin pearl is, after all, something from the heavenly river realm and cannot be seen by others. The purple lightning sword is a top-tier sword with impeccable lineage in the immortal sects. Thanks to the influence of TV dramas, it is generally known to everyone. However, its upgrade to the 5th tier requires some explanation. However, it's easy to explain. After all, he was an unparalleled genius in swordsmanship. Over the past few decades, he had developed a deep connection with the purple lightning sword. With the nourishment of his divine sense and spiritual power, the sword's spirituality greatly increased, allowing it to break through to the 5th rank. This is quite reasonable. Moreover, he was the top graduate of the Wuki Dao Academy, the ancestral home of weapon crafting, and was born with a weapon crafting aura. The ritual implements rose in rank in his hands, signifying that the Wuki Dao Academy lived up to its reputation, and that Master Chengshuan had taught them well. With that in mind, Chen Mobai became quite impatient. When the purple lightning sword was released, it was somewhat excited, thinking it was going to chop people up again. You have another task for this time. Chen Mobai explained the void substitute technique, but the purple lightning sword didn't quite understand. Its first question was, "Master, how many spirit stones do I get for each use of this substitute?" How did this child become so vulgar? Chen Mobai thought this to himself, but still held up one finger. "Master, I need more spiritual energy after advancing to the next level. Moving even once consumes a lot. How about 2 pieces?" In the past, Chen Mobai would have insisted on lowering the price, but after acquiring the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, he had almost a mountain of spirit stones, so he no longer cared about gaining or losing a few. "All right, you're all grown up now. You should eat more spirit stones." Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Zedianjian muttered to himself that he might have asked for too little. However, it still has some basic sense of shame. It said it would take 2 pieces, so it can't go back on its word. After using the Cantong Qi to attach the purple lightning sword to his own Cantong Qi, Chen Mobai immediately used the void shift technique he had just mastered. The greater the distance, the stronger the backlash from the void forces that this great teleportation technique must withstand. Even with the void substitute technique, Chen Mobai was very cautious and tried it out in this pavilion for the first time. After completing the positioning with his divine sense, Chen Mobai held the purple lightning sword in his palm. Then a flash of silver light appeared, and he was instantly teleported to the top of the stairs. This isn't difficult at all. Chen Mobai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although he could travel that distance faster using the void movement technique, he was certain that he had used the void shift technique just now, because the purple lightning sword was still trembling slightly in his hand. "Master, I feel a little numb." The purple lightning sword transmitted its first sensation of being a substitute for the backlash of the void power. Chen Mobai immediately began his second attempt, this time at a greater distance. From the rooftop to the ground floor, the purple lightning sword feels about the same. Chen Mobai then moved from the first floor to the entrance of the Heavenly Book Academy. Purple Lightning Sword said it felt quite comfortable, just like a massage. Just as Chen Mobai was about to use his divine sense to locate the airport in Yu Cave Heaven, a silver light flashed out of thin air, and Yu Yishangren, with his delicate brows furrowed, stepped out using the technique of walking in the void. Why is Master Chen Yang drawing upon so much void power? Is he trying out some kind of void magic? Master Yu knew that Chen Mobai was studying the Book of the Universe, and he actually guessed the truth. It's nothing, just trying out the power of the void to move my position. I don't know how far I can go, so I'm testing it step by step. Chen Mobai was just telling the truth. After all, in the immortal sect, he needed to maintain his genius persona at all times. The hype surrounding the successful nascent soul stage has died down over the years, but comprehending the void shift is a good opportunity to reignite its popularity. Didn't Master Chen Yang already master the ability to walk in the void? With your level of cultivation, you should have no problem traversing the entire territory of Yu Cave Heaven, right? Master Yu thought that Chen Mobai was trying to walk in the void, because according to the experience of the immortal sects, even nascent soul cultivators usually need to reach the second or third level of nascent soul before they can fully master this skill. Chen Mobai mastered the art of walking in the void when he was at the golden core stage. Now, at the first level of the nascent soul stage, he has probably perfected this spatial technique after reading the universal heavenly book. Walking through the void, you misunderstand, Master. I was already adept at that when I was at the golden core stage. I'm now trying out the great void shift. Chen Mobai's casual remark caused Yu Yishengren's eyes to widen once again. She almost thought she had misheard. Void, great teleportation, are you out of your mind? After realizing what was happening, Master Yu jumped up and down in midair. Even if you are exceptionally talented, you can't joke around with your life. Everyone knows that the void shift requires a fifth-level body tempering to withstand. If something happened to Chen Mobai at her Heavenly Book Academy, she dared not imagine how the two saints of the immortal sect would punish her. After all, this could be the future third saint of the immortal sect. Thank you for your concern, Master Yu Yi. However, I have comprehended a void substitute technique from the universal heavenly book, which can take my place to bear the spatial backlash of the great void shift. Chen Mobai smiled and explained, then demonstrated the void shift again in front of Yu Yishangren. The spatial fluctuations, so different from those experienced while walking in the void, confirmed to Yu Yishangren that what Chen Mobai said was true. Seeing Chen Mobai move 10 steps out of thin air while holding the purple lightning sword, completely unharmed, Master Yu finally understood what a genius was. It's important to understand that from childhood, through chi cultivation, graduation, and finally core formation, she was always the best among all her peers. Even among the other nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sects, she only felt that she was slightly inferior to Qi Yuheng. As for the others, such as Lin Daoming, Wang Chengxuan, and Ying Guanghua, she felt that as long as she had the same resources and time, she would eventually be able to catch up with them. But today, Yu Yishangren, who is over 600 years old, felt for the first time that there really was someone who could be called a genius in front of her when facing Chen Mobai. Compared to him, Qi Yuheng was like a piece of worthless jade. Master Chen Yang truly deserves to be called a potential immortal. At this moment, Master Yu recalled the title she had scoffed at before. She had originally thought that the talent of a nascent soul cultivator was enough to make Chen Mobai look good, but now it seemed that it was far from enough. This is truly the talent to become an immortal. She was just ignorant before. You flatter me, Master. I merely possess some special talent in the realm of the void. Chen Mobai waved his hands repeatedly, but he couldn't stop smiling. Master Chen Yang's purple lightning sword, I didn't expect it to be already at the 5th rank. No wonder he is the top graduate of the Dance Weapon Academy. At this moment, Master Yu thought of the void substitute technique that Chen Mobai had just mentioned. Looking at the ancient sword in Chen Mobai's hand that shone with purple light, he couldn't help but show envy. The Dance Academy is incredibly lucky. If their Heavenly Book Academy had found Chen Mobai, it's estimated that he could even become the fifth largest academy in the immortal sects in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 885 Location Access. Bonus chapter for 24,000 monthly tickets. Chapter 885 Location Access. Bonus chapter for 24,000 monthly tickets. After explaining things to Master Yu Yi, Chen Mobai continued to test his void shift technique. He quickly discovered that even when he moved to the farthest point covered by his divine sense, the purple lightning sword could withstand the attack with ease. It could only be said that the fifth rank and the fourth rank were indeed not comparable. However, this was not the limit of the void shift, but rather the limit of Chen Mobai's divine sense. Before teleporting using the void shift technique, a location needs to be determined. There are two methods for this. One is to locate the area covered by one's own divine sense, which is determined by one's own will. However, this would be somewhat inconsistent with the name of the great teleportation, because the range of a nascent soul cultivator's divine sense is limited and cannot cover the entire Earth star. Therefore, there is another way to locate a position in the immortal sects, which is to use the heavenly curtain and earthly network array. Qi Yuheng is an example of this. He has the authority to use this grand formation to locate any of the 36 grotto heavens and 72 blessed lands of the earthly origin star. After the sixth order grand formation helped him locate the location, he then used the void shift technique to teleport there instantly. However, since Qi Yuheng's cultivation level is not that of a true nascent soul cultivator, his initial fifth stage body tempering is actually unable to withstand the distance exceeding half a planet. But this is merely the difference between 1 and 2 void shifts. Chen Mobai only learned this knowledge after calling Master Chengxuan, because the latter was also able to perform the great shift of the void, and had also applied for the same location permissions as Qi Yuheng. How do I apply for this? Chen Mobai immediately asked. Now that he had the ability to perform the void teleportation, he naturally wanted this permission as well. It's simple. Just write an application to the Celestial Network Administration Bureau. The Immortal Affairs Hall won't get in the way. Master Chengxuan said that those who can perform the Great Void teleportation in the Immortal sect are all true high-level cultivators. Moreover, it's just a matter of setting a location, which won't consume much spiritual energy, so it's not a big deal for the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Administration Bureau. Although I know you're a genius, the fact that you can perform the void shift at the first level of the nascent soul stage still greatly shocks this old man. When Master Chengxuan received Chen Mobai's call asking for guidance on the void shift technique, he thought he had misheard. But after hearing about the void substitute technique, and with the purple lightning sword already upgraded to the 5th tier, he suddenly felt that he had truly grown old. Not at all, I still have a lot to learn from you, Principal. Chen Mobai is always quite humble when facing his elders. After all, he knows that his achievements today are all due to resources, while the generation of Master Chengxuan and others rely almost entirely on their own talents. People who succeed through their own efforts deserve respect. Now that you've mastered the void shift technique, you can visit the academy more often when you have time. Since you've upgraded the purple lightning sword to the 5th rank, if you brush up on your basic weapon crafting skills, you'll definitely be able to become a 5th rank weapon crafter in the future. That way, I can retire in peace and hand over the academy to you. Master Chengxuan's words greatly moved Chen Mobai, especially since he still had a Taiyuan blue pearl that he hadn't refined. If one could consult a 5th-tier weapon refiner like Master Chengxuan, there is no doubt that this 5th-tier spiritual material could be used to refine a natal magic weapon for Qingnu that would benefit her for a lifetime. Okay, Principal, I will come to Mount Akagi to ask you for advice after I have finished dealing with my current matters. Chen Mobai agreed. After finishing his call with Master Chengxuan, Chen Mobai immediately called Yun Yangbing at the Tianmu Dilu Administration Bureau. After reaching the core formation stage, Yun Yangbing was already working with the Wuki Dao Academy to advance towards the position of deputy director. Location permissions for void teleportation. You're really amazing. After hearing what Chen Mobai said, Yun Yangbing expressed her heartfelt admiration. Not at all, the mysteries of the heavenly book of the universe are boundless. Even without me, someone else in the immortal sect will comprehend it in the future. Although Chen Mo said this, he couldn't hide the smile in his tone. I'll find a sample application form and draft it for you. Once you've reviewed it and are satisfied, you can affix your signature and have Zijing send it to our Tianmu Dilu administration office in the name of the Zhengfa Hall. I'll handle the rest of the process for you. The only thing is that it ultimately needs approval from the Zianwu Hall, so you might need to speak with Hall Master Ying. Yun Yangbing briefly explained the permission application process. Given Chen Mobai's current status, even without him, it would definitely proceed smoothly, though it might be a bit slower. Then I'll have to trouble you. After finishing his call with Yun Yangbing, Chen Mobai also told Hua Zijing about the matter and asked her to handle the coordination. Finally, he called Ying Guanghua. After listening to what Chen Mobai had to say, Ying Guanghua remained silent for a long time before sighing and saying, Vice Hall Master Chen truly lives up to his reputation as a nascent soul cultivator. Palace Master Ying is too kind. I only have a little talent in the field of void. I regret that I did not listen to your guidance when I was young. If I had come to the Heavenly Book Academy to study back then, I would probably have been able to perform the Great Void Shift when I reached the Golden Core stage. Chen Mobai's words reminded Ying Guanghua of when they first met, when he had tried to use the 7 heavenly books to slow down Chen Mobai's cultivation progress. Ying Guanghua forced a smile, then said that he would give instructions regarding the location permissions for the Void Shift, and that the Immortal Affairs Hall would help Vice Hall Master Chen complete the procedures as quickly as possible. After hanging up the phone, Ying Guanghua began to doubt his own talent for the first time. He had read all 7 heavenly books, but only because of his job position did he understand the first few pages of the Tao Law heavenly book. However, at that time, Ying Guanghua felt that he was quite capable, because most cultivators in the immortal sects had read the 7 heavenly books but gained nothing. Being able to understand even a little bit already shows exceptional comprehension. Someone who can understand several pages like him is a genius. Those like Qingxi and Qingjing are truly exceptional geniuses. With Chen Mobai's foundation, the 2 heavenly books, Purple and Green and Phoenix Seal, would definitely be no challenge for him. He also comprehended the Void Shift and Void Substitute techniques from Universe. To comprehend the essence of 3 heavenly books by one person is an amazing achievement that no one in the history of the immortal sect has ever seen. Feeling that his Tao heart was damaged, Ying Guanghua called Lan Haitian in and gave Chen Mobai some instructions. When Lan Haitian heard that Chen Mobai was to be granted location access to the void teleportation technique, he immediately realized the reason, and his pupils widened in disbelief. Before the war begins, instruct your subordinates to avoid conflicts with the Wookiee faction. After Ying Guanghua said this, Lan Haitian nodded and retreated with a solemn expression. Soon, news of Master Chunyang's comprehension of the heavenly book of the universe and his mastery of the Great Void Shift spread throughout the entire immortal sect. After all, applying for location permissions involves going through several departments, and there are bound to be some people among them who aren't very discreet. Furthermore, since Chen Mobai had no intention of hiding it, the news quickly became known to everyone, with the tacit approval of the Wookiee lineage. The potential to become a god, X. Possessing the qualities to become an immortal, square root. Having mastered the void shift technique at the nascent soul stage, the people of the immortal sects believe that Chen Mobai has already lived up to his potential as a nascent soul cultivator. Now, this title is no longer sufficient to fully describe his talent. As a result, the phrase, the potential to become an immortal, which was originally only mentioned by a small number of loyal fans and haters, has gained recognition from the majority of people. This widely circulated news naturally reached the ears of those around Chen Mobai. Many people sent congratulatory text messages, and Chen Mobai selectively replied to Shi Wanyu and others, before continuing his seclusion to comprehend the heavenly book. Chen Mobai felt that his talent was very compatible with the two heavenly books, Tao Law and Universe, and that he might be able to comprehend even more. As time went by, although he still couldn't understand more patterns, he gained a deeper understanding of those he had understood before. Gradually, he understood why he was able to understand these two celestial books. The heavenly book of the universe was undoubtedly obtained because he had been exposed to the power of the void in his daily life. In particular, after mastering the sound of the empty valley, he could directly hear the void of heaven and earth. He then used the drinking ritual to refine the pure power of the void into his realm over a long period of time. This is an ability that only a void spirit body has. The void shift is a long-distance teleportation technique, and its principle is almost exactly the same as the large teleportation array set up in the eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai often teleports between the two worlds, so he is already used to it. Therefore, after seeing the corresponding content in the universal book, he understood it immediately. The void substitute technique showcased his talent and comprehension, leading Chen Mobai to suspect for the first time that he might be a genius in the void Tao. As for the Tao Law heavenly book, it goes without saying that it is entirely the work of all living beings in heaven and earth. Only this heavenly book could make his introspection work. It was obvious that it was the book that allowed him to unify the mortal world in the eastern wilderness, establish new policies, and set rules, thus enabling him to cross the threshold of reading this heavenly book. Whether the knowledge gained from the Tao Law heavenly book can be put into practice in the future depends on Chen Mobai's achievements in building the eastern wilderness little immortal sect. Chen Mobai was very confident about this. That day, Master Yu Yi hurriedly came over and told him that Ancestor Kaingsing had finally finished the game he was playing and emerged from seclusion. Our ancestor told us to go to Juxian Peak together. Chen Mobai was somewhat surprised after hearing this. Why was Master Yu Yi also going? However, since it was the ancestor's order, he could only nod in agreement. How does Master Yu get there? Chen Mobai asked a question. I have a dedicated flight. Do you want to come along? Master Yu had only spoken half of his sentence when he suddenly remembered that the person in front of him had already mastered the void shift technique, so he stopped talking. Then I'll take my leave first, lest the ancestor wait impatiently. Chen Mobai said this, and then used the permissions he had just obtained to locate the main gate of the property of the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain in Wangwu Cave. After completing the location, he stood up, bowed to Master Yu Yi, thanked her for taking care of him during this time, and then turned into silver light and disappeared from the Heavenly Book Academy. End of this chapter. Chapter 886, The Seed of the Law of Attaining the Tao. Chapter 886, The Seed of the Law of Attaining the Tao. Using the great teleportation of the void, Chen Mobai instantly arrived at the entrance of Five Peaks Immortal Mountain. Before long, a leader from the property management came out to greet him. He was a golden core cultivator named Jiang Jin, and Chen Mobai was probably one of the descendants of the nascent soul stage who lived here. I have met Master Chun Yang. Upon seeing Chen Mobai, Jiang Jin immediately and respectfully led the way. Clearly, the people on Juxian Peak had already given instructions, but given Chen Mobai's status, he was free to enter and exit these 5 immortal peaks. Following the quiet path, the two soon arrived at Juxian Peak. Chen Chun was already waiting at the foot of the mountain. When she saw Chen Mobai, she immediately bowed and then said to Jiang Jin, "Thank you for your hard work, Master Jiang." Jiang Jin waved his hand repeatedly, indicating that it was his duty, and then bid farewell to Chen Mobai. "Master is waiting on the mountain. This way, please." Chen Chun turned around and gestured, and Chen Mobai nodded. They then followed the familiar stone steps towards the mountaintop. This time, the star-piercing ancestor was actually waiting in front of the boundary gate. He was dressed in ordinary casual clothes and had his back to the two of them, obviously observing the boundary gate. "Ancestor." After reaching the end of the stone steps, Chen Mobai greeted the star-piercing ancestor. It was at this moment that he discovered that the boundary gate had already opened halfway, and the vast void fluctuations could be clearly sensed, even without using the sound of the empty valley. Upon hearing this, Ancestor Kaingsing turned around with a relaxed smile on his face and a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. I heard that you have gained a lot from studying the heavenly book and even mastered the void shift technique. You are quite promising at such a young age. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately replied modestly, "Ancestor, you flatter me. I was just a little lucky." He had studied and practiced both Phoenix Seal and Purple and Green, while Tao Law and Universe were exactly what he was good at. It was really luck that he was able to comprehend these 4 heavenly books. With a gentle wave of his hand, the star-piercing ancestor laid down a table and chairs. He sat down first and then gestured for Chen Mobai to sit as well. The two sat facing each other at the stone table, and Ancestor Kaingsing cut straight to the point. "To what extent have you comprehended the Tao Law Heavenly Book?" Chen Mobai had already considered this question before coming, and had a prepared answer in mind. Without any hesitation, he spoke. "Reporting to the Ancestor, I have comprehended the Tao Law Heavenly Book, and have grasped the mysteries of the rules and the Tao Law fruits that the rules transform into. I also know that the rules are an attempt by the immortal sect to materialize the laws of the great Tao. The seeds of Tao laws grow, sprout, and bear fruit under the nurturing of a continuous civilization, and can ultimately be refined by us immortal sect cultivators to become divine transformations that rely on all living beings of the immortal sect." Upon hearing this, Ancestor Kaingsing raised an eyebrow slightly. Chen Mobai's words were indeed the truth about the rules of the immortal sects. "It seems you are very compatible with the rules, otherwise you wouldn't have come to such a high level of understanding." After saying this, Ancestor Kaingsing waved his hand, and a ball of cyan gold color, like a ball of yarn woven from thousands of intertwined threads, appeared in his palm, radiating a terrifying aura that made people tremble with fear. "Ancestor Kaingsing, these are the rules." Looking at the Tao Law fruit, Chen Mobai's eyes also showed a look of longing. "In a sense, this is the most precious thing in the immortal sect, the bottom line that can be preserved for a nascent soul true monarch. Even though he is known as having the potential to become a nascent soul, he himself is not entirely confident that he can actually succeed. Therefore, he did not hide his desire for the rules from Ancestor Kaingsing. Given the talent you've displayed, there's definitely a chance you'll reach the nascent soul stage. If you were to refine the rules, it would be almost certain, but that path is incomplete. Do you need it?" As the pillar of the immortal sect, Ancestor Kaingsing knew very well that he would one day leave this place to pursue a higher realm in the depths of the starry sky. Therefore, before leaving, he wanted to cultivate as many new nascent soul cultivators as possible for the immortal sect. The nascent soul true lord who has refined the rules is the most suitable to protect the immortal sect, because such a nascent soul true lord is based on the billions of living beings of the immortal sect. "I want to try to become a god myself first. If I fail, then I will refine the rules." Facing the star-piercing ancestor, Chen Mobai dared not utter any words against his conscience and spoke his true thoughts. "Just as I thought. When you reach the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, I'll use the square-inch book to calculate your probability of breaking through to the divine transformation stage." Chen Mobai stood up to thank the star-piercing ancestor for his words. On the immortal sex side, as long as one can break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, one can basically achieve nascent soul perfection and reach the threshold of the divine transformation stage. At that time, one's foundation will be established, and the deviation in deduction using the infinite realm will be relatively small. The same principle applies to refining rules. By the way, Ancestor, there's one more thing. I also obtained a method from the Tao Law Heavenly Book to redifferentiate the seeds of the Tao Law fruit. I was thinking, could we use this to cultivate a second, or even a third, Tao Law fruit for the immortal sect? Seeing that the star-piercing ancestor was about to take back the Tao Law fruit in his hand, Chen Mobai thought it over and over again, and still felt that this opportunity was too good to pass up, so he spoke the words he had prepared beforehand. "Oh, you've even figured that out." Upon hearing this, Ancestor Kaingsing was slightly surprised. In fact, the two generations of nascent soul cultivators who had refined the rules of the immortal sect had also comprehended them from the Tao Law Heavenly Book. However, they all obtained this from the Heavenly Book after they had reached the divine transformation stage. Chen Mobai was only at the nascent soul stage, yet he was able to comprehend it. This shows that his compatibility with the rules is probably even greater than that of Taiyuan and the other two. Considering that he also possessed the dual Yuo fire, the star-piercing ancestor couldn't help but nod inwardly. At least this little guy in front of me is guaranteed to be able to refine the rules and become a nascent soul cultivator. Ancestor, considering the upcoming war, if the other side is a powerful and evil world like Pluto, I think it is necessary to improve the strength of the immortal sect. Why don't I refine a Tao Law seed first and get used to the power of the rules? That way, if I need to refine the rules in the future, I can save the trouble of getting used to it. Chen Mobai then revealed his true purpose, and his reasons were perfectly legitimate. If it truly is a Pluto-like alternate world, then the one who can decide the outcome is undoubtedly the divine transformation true Lord. Refining the rules is the fastest way to gain the strength of a nascent soul cultivator. This is something that originally only the three hall masters could possess, but it's not impossible to give it to you in advance. However, the star-piercing ancestor said something that surprised Chen Mobai. The seed of Tao Law is actually a standard item for the three great hall masters. Ancestor Kaingsing, the three hall masters of the immortal sect were originally candidates to refine the rules. After taking that position, they nurtured the seed of the Tao Law. If they can fully match it and make the seed of the Tao Law grow strong, the possibility of refining the rules is very high. After hearing this, Chen Mobai looked enlightened. No wonder so many nascent soul cultivators are willing to give up their solitary cultivation to become the masters of the three great halls and serve the people. It turns out that this is the path to becoming a deity by refining the rules. At this moment, Ancestor Kaingsing spread out the 5 fingers of his other hand, and soon a deep blue seed of Tao Law appeared out of thin air and landed in his palm. The civilization of the immortal sect can at most cultivate and nurture a single Tao Law fruit, but there are several Tao Law seeds. The one in my hand was taken away when Lin Dayaming left, and it has now been refined again. As the star-piercing ancestor spoke, the seed of Tao Law in his palm flew toward Chen Mobai. The latter immediately raised his hands, and, using what he had comprehended from the Tao Law Heavenly Book, formed his threads into the shape of a bowl to catch the seed of Tao Law. Thank you, Ancestor. Chen Mobai sincerely thanked Ancestor Kaingsing. Although it was something that all 3 hall masters possessed, Chen Mobai was only the deputy hall master of the Zhengfa Hall at the moment. The fact that Ancestor Kaingsing was able to give it to him was already a great favor. Although there are many of these items, they are still precious treasures of our immortal sect. Your ability to comprehend the Tao Law Heavenly Book shows that you have a deep affinity with rules and regulations. Today, I entrust them to you, hoping that you will always remember the people of the immortal sect and never forget your roots. Upon hearing these words from Ancestor Kaingsing, Chen Mobai's expression turned solemn, and he nodded earnestly. We will certainly not let down the immortal sect. After discussing the Tao Law Heavenly Book, Ancestor Kaingsing then inquired about the Universe Heavenly Book, which was also his primary concern. After all, the gate is currently showing unusual activity, and we might be able to discover more secrets about this treasure. Reporting to the Ancestor, I have not comprehended much about the Book of the Universe. I only possess the techniques of void shift and void substitute. Chen Mobai spoke frankly, saying that the void-shifting star ancestor already knew it, but he only gave a brief description, focusing on the void substitute technique. This is something that no one in the immortal sect has ever comprehended from the universal heavenly book. Based on this alone, Chen Mobai's reputation as a genius is well-deserved. This void substitute technique is not just about void teleportation. It can also be used in other spatial techniques. After listening, the star-piercing ancestor quickly discovered a deeper meaning. Chen Mobai hadn't thought of that at all, and immediately asked for advice humbly. For example, opening and closing the boundary gate is theoretically something that only a void refinement cultivator can do, but a nascent soul cultivator can barely manage it if they are willing to risk their life. The main danger is the backlash from the boundary gate. If I can use another sixth-order spiritual object to bear the brunt, I can freely control the opening and closing of the boundary gate. Upon hearing what Ancestor Kaingsing said, Chen Mobai immediately thought of the Great Tune Tree. Among the immortal sects, genuine sixth-order spiritual objects were few and far between, and this tree was the most famous. Moreover, as could be seen from the everlasting spring technique, the Great Tune Tree possessed vigorous vitality, making it the most suitable for withstanding backlash. Could it be that Ancestor Kaingsing is thinking of refining the Great Tune Tree into his natal spiritual plant? This idea suddenly flashed into Chen Mobai's mind. In that case, will there be a problem with Wenren Zuwei's everlasting spring skill? But Chen Mobai could only dream about it. If Ancestor Kaingsing really intends to do this, no one can stop Bai Guang from leaving seclusion. Then the two talked about the other few books. During the conversation, Chen Mobai discovered that the old ancestor who had transformed into a nascent soul cultivator had actually comprehended a little bit of all 6 other heavenly books, except for the Great Ascension heavenly book. Although the star-piercing ancestor humbly attributed the effect to the square-inch book, Chen Mobai understood that his exceptional talent was the key. After all, Chen Mobai himself had tried to analyze the heavenly book with the square-inch book. But apart from the heavenly law heavenly book being deciphered because of the crown of all living beings in the world, the other 6 parts were basically useless. He truly deserves to be called a powerful figure who achieved the Tao of divinity in an environment like the immortal sect. Chen Mobai felt even greater reverence for the star-piercing ancestor. That's settled then. You can text me directly if you need anything in the future. Having finished their discussion, the star-piercing ancestor took the initiative to call a halt. Chen Mobai nodded immediately, and then Chen Chun escorted him down the mountain. Since Shi Wanyu and her daughter were not currently next door, Chen Mobai did not visit Yu Huiping, but instead returned directly to his 4th-tier courtyard in Wanggu Cave. His return naturally caused another huge uproar. Especially in the Immortal Affairs Hall, Ying Guanghua looked worried. He had already learned the content of the conversation between Ancestor Kaingsing and Chen Mobai, and knew that the latter had even comprehended the Tao Law Heavenly Book. To comprehend the 4 great heavenly books by one person, and not just superficially, but truly grasp their essence, is an achievement that only those true lords who have ascended to the divine realm have been able to accomplish throughout history. But Chen Mobai, with only the nascent soul realm, managed to do it. This greatly worried Ying Guanghua. If the 3rd nascent soul cultivator of the immortal sect was also from the Wuki lineage, then their heaven-mending lineage would have to lie dormant for at least 1,000 years before they could rise again. But there was nothing he could do about it. It's obvious that his biggest backer, the star-piercing ancestor, is also happy to see Chen Mobai become a god. It was at this moment that Ying Guanghua suddenly had a premonition about the future. He seemed to see that, after the white light of the star, the sky that enveloped the immortal gate was the black sky of Mobai. Chen Mobai was naturally unaware that Ying Guanghua was worried about his meeting with the star-piercing ancestor. After meeting with the people of the Wanggu Cave Heaven Dance weapon lineage, he left Diyuan Star together with Yun Yangbing, who had come specifically for this purpose. Beyond the heavenly canopy and earthly network array lies the vast Milky Way and the boundless void. Immortal cultivators must undergo extremely rigorous screening if they wish to leave the shroud of the heavens. But for Chen Mobai, these were merely processes. Yun Yangbing, citing the need to recycle space debris and conserve resources, asked Chen Mobai to help him go beyond the celestial dome to capture a few ancient satellites for research, to see if they could be reused. Now, in the 3 main halls of the immortal sect, as long as the name Chen Mobai is involved, one can basically have unimpeded access. Because he still needed to carry Yunyang Ice, Chen Mobai couldn't use the void shift technique, so he could only ride the Te-5 smoke silk to fly away from the sky. Standing in space looking towards Earthstar, Chen Mobai was deeply moved. "Master, that is one of our targets." At this moment, Yun Yangbing's voice rang in his ears. Chen Mobai looked in the direction he pointed and spotted a silver-gray, umbrella-shaped satellite. End of this chapter. Chapter 887, Incarnation as an Outer Demon. Chapter 887, Incarnation as an Outer Demon. After bringing the first satellite into his domain, Chen Mobai led Yun Yangbing towards the starry sky, which was even further away from Earthstar. The universe is infinitely deep and contains endless mysteries. Even with Chen Mobai's nascent soul cultivation, being in the boundless darkness of the void starry sky, he deeply felt his own insignificance. The five-colored clouds transformed from Te-Liu, like the aurora borealis, left long trails in the dark starry sky. When they reached another silver-gray satellite, they transformed into a five-colored cloud hand that blotted out the sun and easily grasped it, dragging it into the open void. Now that we're here, we must get things done right the first time. Chen Mobai had calculated with the square-inch book that the 7 satellites arranged above the eastern wilderness could form a small celestial canopy, the Big Dipper constellation, with a signal sufficient to cover the 3 border regions of the eastern continent, the Yunmeng Marsh, and even parts of the desolate ruins. Therefore, the goal this time is to collect more than 7 abandoned satellites. After all, these things have been abandoned in the starry sky for too long, and Yun Yangbing can't guarantee that they can be repaired after being collected, so he definitely needs to collect a few more to leave some room for future use. During this process, Yun Yangbing also took the opportunity to verify his knowledge of formations. The Tao of immortal arrays is divided into heaven, earth, and man. The core of the heavenly array is to draw upon the creation of heaven and earth and explore the mysteries of the universe. Heaven and earth are visible, but the universe and galaxies are difficult to experience firsthand. Within the immortal sects, apart from researchers, only nascent soul cultivators possess the power to traverse the starry sky. If it weren't for Chen Mobai bringing her along, even if Yun Yangbing could have come up during the research opportunity, she would at most have stayed inside the isolation artifact, only superficially sensing and trying out the boundlessness of the universe. It wouldn't be like now. Under the protection of Te-Liu, she can reach out at any time to carefully sense the darkness and coldness of the starry sky. During their journey, Chen Mobai saw Yun Yangbing repeatedly pull back her frozen hands, her face beaming with an unprecedentedly happy smile. After several times, Chen Mobai saw a faint silver starlight appear on Yun Yangbing's right thumbnail. This is because he successfully refined the array into his body, incorporating starlight. With this, even on Earth, he can use it as a foundation to draw starlight through the celestial canopy and continuously strengthen himself. After this star-gathering array, Chen Mobai saw Yun Yangbing refine another array he had never seen before on another fingernail. I asked around and found out that the formation is called Purple Qi comes from the east. It is used to condense pure yang purple energy. In the environment of the universe and starry sky, without the obstruction of the sky, Yun Yangbing felt that the efficiency was almost 10 times that on the Earth star when he tried it for the first time. But before long, Yun Yangbing's fingernails, which had been inscribed with the purple qi coming from the east formation, began to smell of burning. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai immediately intervened to intercept the continuous flow of solar energy. Although the sky is an obstacle, it is also a protection. At your current level, you cannot condense such a large amount of pure yang purple qi. Chen Mobai's words made Yun Yangbing nod. The latter casually pulled out her fingernail and applied a bottle of ointment to promote recovery. Isn't it because you're here with me? Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been able to absorb so much solar energy. Yun Yangbing spoke, saying that it was rare to have a nascent soul cultivator like Chen Mobai leading the way this time. During the search for the abandoned satellite, he also experimented with many of his original ideas about refining arrays into the body. I'll give it a try. Chen Mobai was also somewhat curious about this purple chi coming from the East Formation. This formation was created by Yun Yongbing, combining formation techniques with the Pure Yang scroll, specifically designed to refine and condense pure Yang purple energy. However, it is not yet perfect and lacks the ability to adjust and adapt to the limits of the human body. According to Yun Yongbing's plan, after he incorporates the purple chi eastward refining array into his body, the array will automatically adjust the amount of solar energy absorbed based on his body's tolerance level whenever it is activated. He is currently constantly debugging and verifying, but the situation is not ideal. It can only be controlled and adjusted by the cultivator himself using his divine sense. If you have time after you reach the core formation stage, you can study the Fangkun book. If you also have the heavenly calculation beads to assist you, this new formation should be roughly the same as what you envisioned. With Chen Mobai's learning ability in the small book, he quickly learned it under Yun Yongbing's full instruction. After trying it, he found that the efficiency of condensing the book was almost the same as that of him, a nascent soul cultivator. They also gave their own opinions. Because the universe is filled with the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, the efficiency of condensing pure Yang purple chi is very high, but it also depends on the cultivator's own limits. One can easily overdo it. Chen Mobai felt that, with the help of this formation and the blessing of Yin Yaoi, he would be able to condense a complete one in about 5 or 6 years. If we were in the eastern wilderness, with the help of the Hayashan mirror, we could even shorten the time by half. Although the pure Yang purple chi is most effective for cultivators who have condensed the pure Yang scroll, it is also useful for other cultivators. If Chen Mobai has time in the future, he can arrange for someone around him to break through. Not everyone is as talented as you. I've been practicing the square-inch book for a long time, but unfortunately, I've never been able to get the hang of it. After hearing this, Yun Yongbing gave a wry smile. All cultivators in the immortal sect know the power of the Fangkun book. Back then, Ancestor Kaingsing was a graduate of Taiyuan Academy, and he went to Bushan to study the Fangkun book. Chen Mobai did the same. However, there are differences between people. After accumulating points to download the app, Yun Yongbing tried for decades, but he always remained outside the threshold. Actually, there are techniques to cultivating the Fangkun book. Just try it using the aspect you are best at. When I was studying it, I was also confused and couldn't achieve anything. But later, when I was living in seclusion in my hometown, I relaxed a bit, and one day while meditating, I just succeeded. Unable to resist his tendency to be a teacher, Chen Mobai recounted his experience of cultivating the Fangkun book to Yun Yongbing. He entered the Fangkun book with a single sword strike during the great battle between the eastern wilderness and the southern Xuanjing. Then I'll go back and try it your way. Yun Yongbing nodded after hearing this. However, in his opinion, Chen Mobai's success was undoubtedly due to his high talent. The reason he didn't master the Fangkun book at first was simply because he didn't devote himself to it wholeheartedly. Therefore, Yun Yongbing did not believe that he could simply copy and apply Chen Mobai's successful experience. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, the two had collected 7 abandoned satellites in the cosmos. That day, they arrived at the location of the 8th satellite. As Chen Mobai was controlling the Te-5 smoke silk, about to cover and capture it into his own domain, a force of resistance suddenly surged from the satellite. Huh? Chen Mobai looked surprised, then unleashed the power of the Te-5 smoke luo, and the colorful clouds surged toward the abandoned satellite wave after wave, like raging waves. At the same time, a jet-black torrent, as hard as steel, surged out from the depths of the satellite, instantly transforming into a clenched fist that collided with the colorful clouds, unleashing a tremendous energy surge. Chen Mobai frowned slightly. Through this exchange, he could sense that his opponent also possessed the power of a nascent soul cultivator. In the vast void beyond Earthstar, the nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect could not possibly attack him, so it could only be someone from the ancient evil sects. Such good luck. The thought flashed through Chen Mobai's mind, and then a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Under his divine thought, the power of Tei 5 smoke curtain became even more intense, and the five-colored clouds crashed against the dark torrent like a storm. The jet-black fist seemed to teeter on the brink of collapse under the impact of the clouds, but it quickly coalesced and became even stronger. Chen Mobai quickly recalled the information about the ancient evil lineage within the Patching Heaven group and found the corresponding content. Jinshi Temple isn't bad. I didn't expect you to be hiding here, Chen Mobai said coldly. At this moment, the pitch-black fist suddenly cracked open, revealing a middle-aged man wearing ancient armor with a resolute face. His eyes were slightly solemn, and although the aura emanating from him was not that of a nascent soul cultivator, the indestructible aura made Chen Mobai feel a bit of pressure. Among the ancient evil sects, apart from the few nascent soul-level giants like the ascended sect master, this unharmed one was the most powerful. Although not a nascent soul cultivator, he possesses the fourth-order body-tempering realm. Even ordinary fourth-tier techniques could not break through his defenses. Master Chun Yang, are you here to stop me from breaking through? A calm and powerful voice rang out, his body radiating a steely luster, and his aura seemed to be in a very unstable state. Based on his words, Chen Mobai immediately understood that this was where he had broken through to the nascent soul realm. It seemed like the time had come to a critical moment, but by sheer coincidence, they ran into Chen Mobai, who had come looking for the satellite. This must be my destiny. Chen Mobai suddenly realized that the evil he was facing must have committed too many evil deeds in his daily life, which was why, when he was breaking through, heaven guided him to come to him, and he became the evil external demon. It was at this moment that Chen Mobai was glad that he had broken through in the immortal sect. If he had been in the heavenly river realm, he would probably have faced not only heavenly tribulation, but also external demons like the Golden Wind Ancestor who might have come to obstruct his path. At that moment, Bu Huai suddenly unleashed a torrent of pitch-black energy, resonating with the satellite beneath his feet. Then, to Chen Mobai's astonishment, it seemed like a dark shooting star, fleeing into the depths of the starry sky. They're just running away like that, aren't they going to put up a fight? As Chen Mobai thought this, his hands moved quickly, and the orange-red Yuan Yang sword aura burst forth, arriving first and intercepting the dark meteor. End of this chapter. Chapter 888 Killing the Undying, a Cult's Probe. Chapter 888 Killing the Undying, a Cult's Probe. Just as the Yuan Yang sword was about to strike the dark meteor, the latter suddenly changed direction. The orange-red ray grazed the satellite, sparking tiny sparks. Chen Mobai's eyes flickered, and he once again steered the Yuan Yang sword to change direction, heading towards the satellite that Bu Huai was piloting. However, this abandoned satellite seems to have been transformed into a magical artifact by Bu Huai. Under his control, which spared no effort in using his true energy, it became extremely agile and was always able to evade the Yuan Yang sword strikes by the slightest margin. In Yun Yangbing's eyes, two beams of light, one orange-red and one pitch-black, chased each other in the cosmic sky, like two high-speed racing cars, constantly spinning and speeding. Each time they seemed about to collide, they never actually did. Seeing this, Chen Mobai felt a little embarrassed. As a nascent soul cultivator, he was bullying a cult cultivator, and he expected to kill him in one move. It can only be said that the Yuan Yang sword demon is utterly useless. With that in mind, Chen Mobai immediately used the void walk technique. In an instant, he disappeared from the Tei 5 smoke net, and suddenly appeared in front of the dark satellite that had just dodged the Yuan Yang sword fiend. With a spit, a faint white light burst forth. When Chen Mobai unleashed the extreme Yang slash, golden lines appeared in one of his pupils. During that chase, he had already used the square-inch book to calculate the data for an indestructible evasion. This extreme Yang slash looked as if the undead were piloting a satellite and crashing head-on into it. At the moment of collision, in the originally dark and cold void of the universe, a dazzling, earth-shattering red light suddenly appeared. This is the image of a dark satellite being sliced in two by the extreme sun slash. Seeing this, Yun Yongbing's face showed regret. He was very curious about how Bu Huo had modified the satellite into this form. However, after this extreme yang slash, it was basically worthless for research. As expected, after being cut in half, the restrictions deep within the satellite seemed to be completely broken as well, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared and spread out, covering everything in the blink of an eye. Crimson flames flickered from the crack, and then a giant fireball seemed to appear in the cosmos, burning and exploding. Chen Mobai faced the satellite explosion head-on. His pure yang immortal robe shone with golden red light, like ripples, freezing all the fire and fragments rushing towards him before melting into gas. Trying to run away. Chen Mobai's eyes flashed with a clear light, as he precisely caught sight of the retreating shadow trying to hide and escape amidst the explosion. The orange-red ray of light, which had long since been redirected, pierced into the pitch-black torrent on the surface of Chen Mobai's body without any hindrance, under the control of Chen Mobai's divine sense. However, during this process, Chen Mobai, who was in sync with the Yuan Yang sword demon, felt as if he had pierced solid steel. At first, it was relatively easy, but the deeper he pierced, the heavier the pressure on the sword demon became. As expected of the #1 body forging technique in the ancient heretical sects. Thinking this way, Chen Mobai didn't hold back and once again wielded the extreme yang slash towards the indestructible slash. Bu Huai naturally witnessed this scene as well. The sight of the extreme yang slash easily splitting his shelter, which he had condensed for over 100 years, in two filled him with fear. At the critical moment of life and death, Bu Huai finally stopped hesitating. He directly used the secret technique of burning his essence blood at Jinshi Temple, and his aura instantly crossed that major realm, making him a nascent soul cultivator. However, this is only temporary. Moreover, after using this secret technique, one's foundation is damaged. Without decades of recuperation, it will be virtually impossible to break through to the nascent soul realm again. This enormous loss caused even his otherwise unblemished face to become slightly distorted. Anger surged within him, and with a fierce roar, an even denser, darker torrent of steel erupted from his body. His indestructible concrete body was originally at the 4th level, and this time it was matched with the nascent soul realm, which directly unleashed the power of the first body-forging technique of the ancient evil sect to an unparalleled level. The Yuan Yang sword, which was already stuck, could no longer penetrate. Not Bad's left hand, now completely black, grasped the orange-red thorn piercing its shoulder blade, pulled it out with a trace of blood, and then squeezed it with its 5 fingers, scattering it into countless red rays. At the same time, he clenched his right fist, his 5 fingers clenched, and fearlessly unleashed the extreme yang slash that was coming straight at him. The two objects collided, producing a very dull sound. Amidst the blood-red light, Bu Huai stared wide-eyed in disbelief at his fist, which had been pierced by the extreme yang slash. Even with his nascent soul realm and 4th-order body tempering, he couldn't completely block the extreme yang slash. It's quite hard, no wonder it's indestructible concrete. But it wasn't just Bu Huai who was surprised. Chen Mobai was too. In his view, facing such a minor character who hadn't yet reached the nascent soul stage, his extreme yang slash, after multiple upgrades, should have been able to easily defeat him. What was originally envisioned as a one-hit kill has now taken 2 moves. Chen Mobai was immediately displeased. It took 3 moves to kill a heretical cultivator who wasn't at the nascent soul stage. It seems I've been too complacent lately, having had things go too smoothly. Thinking of this, the void in front of Chen Mobai opened up, and a long-handled sword with a purple glow fell from it. 3rd time's the charm. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you can block my 3rd sword strike, I'll pretend I never met you today and let you go. Chen Mobai spoke arrogantly, and the purple lightning sword immediately changed direction, its tip pointing at Bu Huai in the distance. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Bu Huai felt a glimmer of hope for survival. In his view, this was the kind of pride Chen Mobai should have. After all, he is the pride of the immortal sect. He has never been defeated since his debut. Whether it is foundation establishment, core formation, or even nascent soul, he has easily and smoothly broken through. If he were in Chen Mobai's position, he would have been arrogant and looked down on everyone. Unexpectedly, Chen Mobai's proud personality allowed him to escape this predicament today. Thinking this way wasn't bad. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the intense pain from the burning flames that came from being cut open by the extreme yang slash. The yang fire of the day stem is too terrifying. Even with the powerful regenerative ability of the undying concrete body, it cannot be completely eliminated in a short time. Therefore, Bu Huai can only suppress the injury and maximize his defense. He crossed his hands in front of his chest, channeling the golden and stone true energy he had gained from his brief advancement into the point where his hands met. Subsequently, the satellite debris that had been shattered around him was drawn in by his golden and stone true energy, as if by a powerful magnetic force, and piled up in front of him piece by piece from near to far. The direction the purple lightning sword was pointing and was immediately protected by hundreds of layers of debris, so densely packed that it gave the purple lightning sword almost no room to accelerate. Chen Mobai was also somewhat surprised to see this scene. He was just talking casually, just spouting nonsense, so why did his opponent take it seriously? If you really think that, then you really think that with a mere 4th-level body tempering and a brief boost to the nascent soul realm, you can withstand a 5th-level purple lightning sword. But immediately, Chen Mobai realized that the news of the purple lightning sword being upgraded to the 5th rank was known to only a few people in the immortal sect. All the immortals only knew that he had mastered the void shift technique, but they did not know the key technique of the void substitute. Therefore, based on the delayed information from the Ascension sect, Bu Huai probably thought that as long as he could withstand the attack of this 4th-grade high-quality sword, he could escape this calamity. All I can say is that ignorance is harmful. With that thought in mind, Chen Mobai didn't hesitate any longer and launched an attack directly on his sword. After receiving his pure yang energy, the purple lightning sword burst forth with dazzling light like the sun, illuminating the surrounding dark starry sky, and directly transformed into a bolt of lightning that struck Bu Huai. Despite the attack from the purple lightning sword, Bu Huai showed no fear and went straight to meet it. The hundreds of satellite debris in front of him were as fragile as paper. The moment they came into contact with the purple lightning sword, they were blasted into countless fragments. Seeing this scene was not bad, but suddenly an ominous premonition arose in my heart. With the infusion of his true qi, his defenses could barely be considered to be at the 4th level. Even when facing a peak 4th-tier sword attack, it should be able to slow down and reduce some of the power. The power of this purple lightning sword is even greater than I imagined. But at this point, Bu Huai had no choice but to grit his teeth and push his body-tempering technique to its limit. He assumed his stance, roared, and condensed his peak golden stone true qi, charging towards the purple lightning sword. Seeing this, Chen Mobai felt a little reluctant, but the purple lightning sword pierced through Bu Hui's body without hesitation. Yun Yangbing, protected by the Tei-5 smoke luo in the distance, saw the bloody hole in the chest and abdomen of Bu Hui's body caused by the purple lightning sword, and his respect for his classmate Chen Mobai grew even stronger. I just felt that his classmate was invincible. Bu Huai stared wide-eyed, looking down in disbelief at his melted hands and the bloody hole in his chest. The attack of this purple lightning sword far exceeded his comprehension. The purple lightning crackling around the blade tore apart everything he was so proud of. Blood began to flow from Bu Hui's mouth and 7 orifices. He tried to activate his golden stone true qi and use the undying concrete body to heal his injuries, but all the power within him crumbled under the erosion of the raging purple lightning. As streaks of lightning appeared on his otherwise intact body, his body began to disintegrate. Too bad, it seems your body isn't that tough after all. You couldn't withstand my 3rd move. At this moment Chen Mobai spoke, his face filled with regret. Bu Huai looked pained and opened his mouth wide as if to say something. However, his body had gradually dissipated under the power of the purple lightning sword, eventually exploding into countless fragments and disappearing into the vast void of space. Seeing this, Chen Mobai nodded in relief. Then the purple lightning sword streaked across the dark void, returned to his front, and slowly disappeared into the realm. He used his ability to walk through the void and returned to the Tei-5 smoke silk. Let's go, let's continue searching for the next satellite. Yun Yangbing nodded upon hearing this. The two then continued flying around the Earth star, but they were not so lucky to encounter any members of the Ascension sect. After collecting the 10 abandoned satellites, Yun Yangbing felt that was enough. Chen Mobai nodded and immediately led him back to Earth origin star. Just after the two re-entered the sky, a silver light shone in the void where Chen Mobai and Bu Hua had fought before. Yan Xinji walked out with a solemn expression and carefully examined all the remaining traces at the scene. How was it? Did you glean anything from this probing attempt? A faint and unfathomable voice rang out from the void. Yan Xinji shook his head, feeling rather displeased. He'd be killed in just a few moves. It probably wouldn't even get that kid serious. Yan Xinji knew that Chen Mobai was very sensitive to the void. After all his arrangements in Yumu City had been found by this kid. Therefore, when Chen Mobai was being tested by the misguided guidance, he dared not hide and spy on him. He could only reconstruct the events through various small instruments set up beforehand and subsequent investigations. However, those small instruments seemed to have been affected by the aftershocks of the fight between the two, and all of them were damaged, and the video data could not be viewed. Afterward, Yan Xinji discovered that Chen Mobai had used a maximum of 3 moves. One of his moves should be the Yuan Yang Sword Fiend, which is paired with the pure Yang Scroll Cultivator. The other move is based on the Great Sun Stem Yang Fire and is more powerful than the Yuan Yang Sword Fiend, but it is still within his expectations. Only the final move, with its vast and powerful thunderous force that seemed capable of tearing everything apart, caused him to frown deeply. If he wasn't mistaken, this power had already surpassed the 4th tier. It's unclear whether it's a true 5th order rank or something close to it. But in any case, Bu Hua was killed by this one move. You're still too cautious. As long as the two of us plus Lin Dayaming make a move, no matter how talented that kid is, he won't be able to escape. The ethereal voice rang out again. If Chen Mobai could hear it, he would recognize it as the master of Shenyu Pavilion. The moment Chen Mobai left the sky, the Ascension sect learned of it. At that time, the Lord of Shenyuxuan wanted to take action and eliminate the immortal sect, which was a future god transformation realm cultivator. Unfortunately, Yan Xinji was a bit too conservative and insisted on testing the waters with the Buhao method. Lin Dayaming cannot fully believe it yet. Moreover, if we were to kill Chen Mobai, it might attract the attention of Ancestor Kaingsing. Before the sect leader has achieved great success in his cultivation, we cannot stop a nascent soul true monarch. There is no need to put ourselves in danger for the sake of a potential future nascent soul true monarch. After saying this, Yan Xinji disappeared from the spot. The Lord of Shenyu Pavilion clicked his tongue and dispersed his divine consciousness avatar. End of this chapter.